double figures. The Pistons take on the Wizards tomorrow at LCA at 7 o'clock for their final preseason game. Former Red Wings Zamboni driver Al Sabatka lost his civil lawsuit against Olympia Entertainment yesterday when a Wayne County jury ruled 5-2 against Sabatka, who claimed Olympia used his urination into an ice drain at Joe Louis Arena as an excuse to fire him because he was too old. During Sabatka's testimony, the disgraced Zamboni driver dropped a bombshell when he claimed that late Red Wings owner Mike Ilitch had also urinated in a drain at Joe Louis Arena. Speaking of the Red Wings, they take on the two-time reigning Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers, tonight at Little Caesars Arena at 7 o'clock. That can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in and good morning on a Wednesday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, man?
Good.
It's good to see you.
To be honest, not a great night's sleep.
No. Why not?
Just didn't have a good night's sleep. Woke up on the wrong part of that sleep cycle.
Oh.
A little groggy today.
Uh-oh. I thought you were going to say woke up on the wrong side
of the bed. Yeah, we got a grumpy Costa this morning. Uh-oh.
And I'm normally so pleasant, so today should be great.
Yeah, extra smarm. Is that what we're ahead for?
No, I'll be on my best behavior. I'll perk up here for you, John. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, now we're looking at perky Costa. That's an adjective you don't ever really want to be described as.
No, you don't. How
What's
about you?
up, Perky Jim? I'm good. I had a great night of sleep. And there's a news story that we might get to today that my wife and I could not stop laughing at last night. And it was one of those moments where it was hilarious. Could not stop laughing. And Heather, will we get to it today?
I'll get to it today.
Okay, all right. Yes, here we go.
Like,
Laughter ahead.
It's like, is she really going to put that on a tee for John? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, I
right.
put that on a tee for myself since I said it to her.
Yeah, but
News I woke up to. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, and that makes me laugh too. So yeah, it's a great one. But yeah, I was up a little bit later than expected because I just could not stop laughing. So, and then I was watching the Dodgers last night. A pitcher going a complete game.
Well, you got paid, John.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes all the difference in the world.
It may, as silly as that is.
That drives me crazy.
I know.
It really does. It kind of it hits all the wrong buttons for me. And when I saw it, I went to sleep in about, I don't know, the 7th or 8th inning, and I thought, well, surely they're going to put a reliever in for the 9th inning. And no. Nope. Complete game. 5-1 win. And
certainly setting up to be Dodgers Mariners.
Yeah, and I think I saw that it's the first time the ALCS and the NLCS has opened up 2-0 for the road team. It only happened one time before. That was 1975. Don't ask me the two teams. It was a year before I was born. I just saw the stat, and so it's only happened one time that it's happened for both at the same time.
Okay. So I could ask a question that I don't think you'll have the answer to.
But go for it.
Did both of those road teams win the series after starting 2-0?
I'm guessing yes, but that was a guess.
Okay.
Why I said guessing yes.
All right.
So I don't know, but yeah, it's extremely rare, but we're looking at it going, could have been us.
Yeah, especially if Seattle makes the World Series and you have 15 innings begging for a big hit. Look, we are going to talk a little more about the Tigers today and the offseason that is now underway. Dan Campbell will be on the show at 8:02. Things shifted with the Lions playing Monday night next week, so Dan is with us on a Wednesday. As it is a Wednesday, we will have Lions tickets to give away.
Oh.
Be listening in the 7 o'clock hour for Name That Lion. If you can name the lion, you'll win the tickets. So we'll play that at 7:02. John, you got your power surge at 6:35, and I am giddy to see how you do this because Lions lost, Eagles lost, Bills lost. Those have been your big three, top three teams for a very long time.
Yep.
What's he going to do at the top? John's top 6 teams in the NFL at 6:35.
No, unlike Dear John, there's no teasers.
No, we got to sit and wait.
Got to sit and wait.
All right, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play a drop, and then we're going to have a conversation, okay?
Can we start with walleye?
One more time.
First day. First day into the offseason, can we just go Walleye?
The question is yes or yes. Two choices, yes or yes. Do you want the Tigers to pursue Alex Bregman? The news last night, he will opt out and become a free agent. So, John, here we go again.
Yep. And we kind of always thought that this would be the case with Alex Bregman, even after he signed that deal. When you look and you saw he opt out after year one, he was going to go there. Not that he had to be on any type of prove-it deal, but, okay, you're, 32, can you still prove it? And he obviously did. So we will entertain that conversation for this offseason. Again, will Bregman be a Detroit Tiger?
Well, they can't lie to us. They desperately wanted him last year to the point where they made it the entire offseason priority to sit on contract offers for Alex Bregman. They want Alex Bregman.
Sure.
And they should want Alex Bregman. And the fans should want Alex Bregman, right? We're not going to get this like, well, he didn't pick us last time.
No,
she said
that's
no,
over.
bro. The number of dating analogies that we had to endure last year with Bregman.
Right.
She didn't want to go out with you. Move on.
She's not even hot anyway. Whatever.
Yeah. I know. That's when I insert the how hot was she.
But just so I understand, Alex Bregman would have been the best hitter on the Tigers if he played here last season, and he would have come in handy in the postseason, especially when they needed a big knock in a big game.
So there are more options this year. Maybe not more than last year, but there's some new options, and I'm not going to name all of the guys that might be available because they're not all third basemen. In fact, if you want just simply a third baseman, he's your best option, and there's not a lot of other ones. If you want to go down the list of some other individuals, some may be available, some might not. Kyle Tucker.
Superstar.
Right fielder. All right. Outfielder. You can play him anywhere.
And then you make Carp the DH in that scenario, and Tucker was an all-star. He had the same number of walks as strikeouts. He's one of these professional at-bats.
Yep. Obviously, we talked about Alex Bregman. We'll talk a lot about him, but I think everybody who's listening has probably heard that name before. Yes. Bo Bichette.
Had a 300 season. 2 of the last 3 have been very good years for Bo Bichette, infielder.
Yes, infielder, but more specifically, shortstop.
Yeah, you could play him at short.
Do we need a shortstop?
Well, yeah, you could put Javi in center or third. Yeah,
right. And so a lot of these questions will have, okay, if you go with the Bo Bichette at shortstop, and then you move Javi to center, where he played at the beginning of the year, and then it leads to the question, what do you do with Parker Meadows? I don't know that anybody's really going to be upset if he's not in the lineup.
No, and I want to stress that. It'll be a good problem to have if Parker Meadows stays healthy and has a great season. You'll figure it out. These are good problems. What I don't want to get into the business of is we can't add this player because this team doesn't hit well enough to have those conversations.
Right. I'll give you one more name. And there, like I said, there are more. Cody Bellinger.
Sure. Coming off a good year.
Sure. And so Cody Bellinger, if you're looking at the age of guys, because I know that was an issue with Bregman, is if you sign him to a 4 or 5 year deal, right, he's going to be 36 by the time the deal expires. How many good years? Well, I think you're still going to have a lot of good years with Bregman. Kyle Tucker's 29 years old. Bo Bichette is only 28, and Cody Bellinger's 30. So you're kind of all in the same age range for all of these guys. And yes, if you sign them to 4 or 5 year deals, they're going to be good throughout the length of that deal.
Can I give you another name in the same bracket?
Okay.
Josh Naylor.
Yes.
Pending free agent. Good player. 28 years old.
Oh yeah, we heard all about his baseball IQ.
Oh, it's a very high baseball IQ, John. Pete Alonso is another name that will be a free agent too.
Yes,
high strikeouts and a little older, but powers there.
Right.
Guys, there's a bunch of hitters available again besides Alex Bregman, but I had to start with Alex Bregman because he's there.
The only thing I'll say about Pete Alonso is I'm probably out on would I be okay if they sign him? Sure. I'm probably out just because of his age, and I don't necessarily know that, if you put him at first base, would he be better than Torque? Yeah, but
he'll be 31 in December.
Right.
Alonso.
One huge thing to consider here as you guys go through these names isn't it important that it's a right-handed bat? Well, some of these guys are left-handed, you're saying.
Right.
I'd be on Alonso all day over Bellinger. Bellinger's had a very roller coaster career, and I would flirt with when it comes to Alonso, and I wanted him last season. He was my backup to Bregman.
Me too.
I would float the mega couple-year deal to him and see if he'd bite.
To Alonso?
Yeah, like almost a Bregman deal like last year to the Red Sox, where
2-3 years with opt-outs, ton of money up front.
Yep.
Yeah.
See if he would take it.
Maybe that's the patch or Band-Aid they put on this thing for 1 year as you figure out Skubal. If you're competing, you keep them.
Well, okay, so we spent some time yesterday saying, hey, if you can't extend Skubal, you have to trade him because you're not going all in. Well, if you add a couple of these bats, all of a sudden you could bite the bullet and say, we'll roll the dice with Skubal and see where we're at the deadline.
Yeah.
But that's only contingent on you having an offseason that justifies it. And yeah, I mean, look, if they added, they're not going to add Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. Those are two guys that break the bank. But if it was Bregman and a second name,
yeah,
all of a sudden you've added two pro batters who don't strike out a ton, who can complement the top 6 of your order. Yeah, that maybe you do want to roll the dice.
But I'm more into Bregman now than I was last year, and I don't know if I can make sense of that other than saying the clear void now is third base, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're plugging and playing all these other guys, and they don't have a future guy there because I don't think McGonigal is going to end up at third as the primary position he plays.
Yeah, not long term. I know they're going to play him some at second and third and short, and they'll figure it out.
Take care of this problem. You've got all these guys coming up, or you've already got guys at these positions. Take care of third base.
Yeah, you say it's glaring and it's obvious. I'm the guy that brought up Chapman 2 years ago. I mean, this is a multi-year problem for the organization, and you could definitively say they screwed up not matching Bregman's counteroffer last season.
Yes.
Can we definitively say that may be Scott Harris's biggest blunder? Not even his trade deadline was not matching Scott Boris's counteroffer for Alex Bregman. And I have it in front of me right now for people who don't believe it. Bruh, he didn't pick us. They gave an offer that if the Tigers accepted, Alex Bregman would have played third base this season in Detroit. The offer was 6 years, $180 million with an opt-out after 1 and no deferred payments. Should they have done that deal? Hell yes, they should have done that deal.
And that was all about the extra year opt-out, right? The Tigers wanted the 2 years.
They wanted it after 2.
They wanted the Skubal window. They don't believe in windows. But
well, and they wanted to defer payment, which the player, of course, says, no. Bank account every 2 weeks.
Bregman is probably the one that you want the most because it does take care of that third base, and it's the right-handed bat.
Fine, I'll play into the analogy. He's the one that got away, but guess what? He posted on Facebook. He's single. 248-539-9797.
It's complicated.
It is complicated. 97.1.
You know what's not complicated, doesn't have to be complicated, is finding a great place to work out. That should be Planet Fitness. For $1 down to get you in the door, $15 a month, get you the membership. So it's not a heavy financial investment, but here's your return. You get a chance to look at, hey, why do you want to work on your fitness? I've told you why I do, and it's to be able to play with my kids, eventually grandkids, and I want to stay healthy. I want to try and minimize some of the impact that I had on my body when I was a football player. I want to make sure to continue to be able to move. And there's a lot of different reasons why people choose to work out, but you need to make it a priority. And Planet Fitness makes it easy. One, it's not expensive, and you get in the door, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, boy, I'd really like more. They offer the Black Card membership, which gets you all the amenities of the Black Card Spa, and you also, a couple of those amenities, unlimited guest privileges. So it's like kind of like 2 in 1, and you can take somebody with you every single time. Maybe that's someone that you want to keep you motivated. You also have access to 2,500 locations nationwide. There's over 50 in the state of Michigan, so you got plenty of options to be able to make that decision. It's always clean when you walk in there. They're kind, they're courteous. It's a judgment-free zone. And so all you got to do is find your nearest club and join today. In club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
If you're injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need someone who cares about you. You need Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country that specialize in car, truck, and motorcycle accidents. So that means they're not going to settle for a low ball. They know what they're doing. They're going to get you the biggest and the best possible result from the insurance company. Lawrence KG will fight for you, and he's won millions for his clients. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, you need KG Law now. It's spelled K-A-J-Y. That's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Some of your feedback as we get the show rolling today. Good morning, 97.1. Tiger off season. It's here. Spent some time on Scooble yesterday. Today, the headline, Alex Bregman set to opt out of his contract. And I know your eyes are rolling into the back of your head right now because we did this a year ago. We lived this nightmare. Bro, he didn't pick us. Well, he gave us a counter we chose not to accept. I would hope the Tigers are just as interested in re-engage because he would have made a hell of a difference this season. He would have been the best bat on the team. He would have been a proven postseason contributor. He's a bat that both doesn't strike out a lot and makes contact. I mean, it's like Scott Harris's dream batter at a position that is still left unfilled. So, yeah, guys, unfortunately, we're going to have to do this again. And hopefully this time the Tigers make the offer he can't refuse.
Ideally, that's the fit. And it's a fit for a couple of years, not just it's a one-year opt-out. Now, if this all goes into what are you going to do with Tarik Skubal? If you've only got him for 1 year, maybe you're okay with the opt-out after a year. And I think Bregman's probably at a position now where he got the opt-out last year, got what he wanted. Now he's 1 year more down the road, and he'd be willing to forego some of those opt-outs for more guaranteed money.
So he essentially front-loaded his next deal by taking last year's $40 million. He's not going to get $40 million per season at this point in his career if he takes a long-term deal.
Right.
But what if we took last year's deal where he wanted 6 years at 180 with a 1 year opt-out, and we just took 1 year off of it?
5 years at 150.
And I'll even let him keep a 1 year opt-out. If he hits and performs and delivers, he opts out, and I'm 1 year closer to the Clark and McGonigal experience kicking in. All the while, I can try to win with Tarik Skubal, but it's got to be Bregman and another pro bat. And I could sell that to this fan base if I'm Scott Harris, right? And if I'm Bregman, I got the deal I wanted from the Tigers last year, but I got front-loaded $40 million.
Right.
Seems like a win-win for everybody. And it may not be that easy, but it's there for the Tigers taking. And, John, you were good to bring up, hey, there are other names, and there's some good names out there. And the Twitch screen over here has fixated on a couple of them. Texts saying, hey, I'd love Bo Bichette.
Yep.
That's an infield bat, righty. Hit 300 last year. Contact bat.
Yep.
Kyle Tucker. A.J. Hinch connection. Can play right field. Put Kerry Carpenter at DH. He had 87 walks, 88 strikeouts. Another one of these own the zone, proven commodities. Those names are out there too. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your feedback here. It says, guys, Jorge Polanco, switch hitter. Player option, could opt out, would make a lot of sense if Gleyber Torres isn't back.
I mean, I'd be
a little
fine
older,
with it.
but cheaper, yeah. Bregman's going to Philly. No way he's coming here. Bohm is out. Bregman is good, but he's at the age where decline is going to come, and when it does, it will be a major decline. I've always liked Bellinger, but let's focus on a couple right-handed bats, outfielder and third base. I'm typing it as Gov is saying it. And this texter says, now I know why Costa didn't get a lot of sleep. He was staying up late watching Bregman highlights till 1 a.m. And to that I say, guilty as charged. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, officials are investigating a shooting that took place at this mansion in Macomb County on Tuesday morning. The homeowner and the victim owns like roughly 20 gas stations in Southeast Michigan. And he was recently at a meeting where he kind of argued against building of a Sheetz gas station there at 23 Mile Road. I don't know if that had anything to do with this shooting, but he is kind of a prominent figure. Anyway, police responded to his home after reports of the shooting. They searched for bullet casings and more evidence, and it sounds like he was actually on his way out. So he was outside of his house when somebody or multiple people opened fire. He was not hit by a bullet. It sounds like he was hit by glass. There was a bullet hole in one of the windows of a vehicle.
Jeez.
So he was hit by glass shattering. He was taken to the hospital. He's in stable condition, but police continue to investigate. They're asking if anybody saw anything or maybe has surveillance video to call the police so they can find out who is responsible. The 20-year-old Detroit woman who's accused of crashing her car into a Centerline home while seriously injuring that 9-year-old girl who was asleep has been charged. Karis Wade is facing charges of reckless driving, causing serious impairment, and failure to stop at the scene of an accident resulting in serious impairment or death. Those are both 5-year felonies. More charges could be coming as well because toxicology reports are still in the works to determine if she was under the influence or not. She's being held in jail on a $200,000 bond, and if released, she will have to wear a GPS and an alcohol tether. Also facing charges, that Detroit mother and her 13-year-old daughter, who stabbed a young girl at an elementary school. So prosecutors allege that the mother gave her daughter a pocket knife while on school grounds before the teen ultimately stabbed this other child. It sounds like the mother gave her daughter this knife to use, she says, to defend herself on her way home from school. Obviously, she used it. I don't know if she was defending herself or not at school. So the teen has been charged with assault and possession of a weapon in a school zone. She's not being identified because she's a child. The mother has been charged with 2 misdemeanors as well, including contributing to the delinquency of a minor and possession of a weapon in a school zone. The victim, thankfully, is in stable condition. So former Red Wings Zamboni driver Al Sabatka lost his case against the organization. After an hour of deliberations, a jury ruled that basically he was not discriminated against when he was fired for peeing in that ice drain at work after 50 seasons with the team. So the jury voted 5-2 against Sabatka, who alleged that he was actually fired because of his age. He was 69 years old, and he said they just used the whole peeing debacle as an excuse to get rid of him. Well, not the case, apparently. So after the verdict came down, Sabatka said that he was shocked and disappointed. His lawyer kind of echoed the same sentiments. A juror is speaking out saying, hey, like everybody had sympathy for him.
Sure.
We all felt bad for him, but our decision came down to the facts in this case, and there weren't facts to support that his firing had anything to do with his age. And we kind of talked about this.
Tough thing to prove.
When what's this called? What is
court?
this?
The incident?
Yeah, the court, the trial. That's you guys.
Words.
It's early.
It
It's
is.
early when the trial started. But he did drop some, I guess you could say, bombshells. He was saying that Mike Ilitch had also once peed in the same ice drain and that it happened quite frequently there, that men were peeing in other areas besides the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But I guess...
dudes have the advantage of being able to go in a number of different places.
And usually you can do it without being caught, I guess. But when somebody walks down and sees you with your pants down, there's issues there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm yes, there are. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, if it was me and I walked down and I like full frontal of a man peeing, I would probably say something.
Yeah, but most guys will try and position themselves where even if somebody walks in, it's not going to be full front. I'm not
Most
excusing.
would, but is that the case here?
I don't know. I don't know. So I'm just saying it's easier for us to go.
It's much easier.
In a drain.
Without a doubt. It is much easier. Yes. You guys, Grammy-winning R&B star D'Angelo died yesterday after a prolonged and courageous battle with cancer. He was only 51 years old. So he really helped spearhead this neo-soul movement with his 1995 debut album, Brown Sugar. He went on to win multiple Grammys in the years that follow. He collaborated with a lot of artists, Lauryn Hill, Questlove. He was working on a new album before his death as well.
Pancreatic cancer, right?
Yes.
That's a nasty one. That's awful.
51's way too young.
Way
Yes, it
too young.
is.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, John Jansen's Power Surge. The best teams in the NFL. Lions lost. Eagles lost. Bills lost. All right, John. See what you got. 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
This should be good, John.
Yes, it should be. And so obviously the question is, who is going to be at 1? Because last week, obviously, I had the Detroit Lions for one brief week at 1. Just to recap what it was last week, Detroit was at 1. Tampa was at 2. Buffalo at 3. Philly at 4. Indy at 5. And San Francisco at 6. The teams that were just on the outside. You know what? I'm not even going to go through those because we have some new teams and a lot of teams that are still just on the outside looking in. And there's some teams that I'm keeping an eye on because going into the season, nobody really thought Jacksonville would be much of anything. Nobody thought New England would be much of anything. Well, if you look at the stats or at the standings right now, New England is actually in first place in their division. They're actually tied with Buffalo 4-2 apiece, but New England's 4-2, and they actually beat the Bills, which is why they are listed ahead of them. They've got the quote-unquote tiebreaker if the playoffs were to start today. Atlanta. I don't know how much of a surprise this is to some. It is a little bit to me, and I know they got Bijan Robinson and Drake London. They've got a number of different weapons, but I think Penix in year 2 is overperforming where I thought he would be. I think he's going to be a quality NFL quarterback.
Yep.
But he's gotten there faster than I thought. And Washington is kind of that team where I thought they might actually be a little bit better. But they're sitting at 3-3 right now, coming off a loss, and it's just kind of like, what are they going to be? And I know it was a last-second field goal. It happened to be Jake Moody. Shout out, Jake. That's finding a resurgence in his career in Chicago. So those are ones I'm just keeping an eye on to see how legit they are. The other teams that are just on the outside looking in, Denver at 4-2. Their 2 losses, Colts, Chargers, but they've got a big win over the Eagles. And I believe that was the first loss that the Eagles had? 2 in a row there, so it's kind of hard to keep track. Green Bay, 3-1-1. What do we think of Green Bay? Because obviously they beat the Lions, beat the pants off the Lions.
And they only have 1 loss.
But they got 1 tie, and that was to the Browns, who only have 1 win. Anyway, the Chargers. I don't know really what to make of them. I thought that they would be better with Justin Herbert, year 2 with Jim Harbaugh. But it took him a last-second heroics by Justin Herbert to beat the lowly Miami Dolphins. Jacksonville, a team I just mentioned earlier, but they're 4-2. Their losses are at Cincy, but that was with Joe Burrow, and then home against Seattle. Put a pin in Seattle right now. Kansas City 3-3. They're getting Rashee Rice back. We saw what they did to the Lions. Their back was against the wall. They're a team that you can never count them out, especially with Patrick Mahomes. But they're still on the outside looking in. The Rams offense struggled against Baltimore. Was a little bit surprised. And now Puka Nacua is questionable, maybe doubtful to be able to play this week. And so they're on the outside looking in. San Francisco. They were number 6. But they lose to the Bucs. It's a good loss, but it bumps them out. Pittsburgh. What do you make of Pittsburgh? Before we even get to the top 6.
It's tough. I wouldn't have them in the top 6, but their record suggests they have to be sitting right outside.
They are at 4-1, and Aaron Rodgers has not had a statistically awesome season.
Nope.
But he's like top 8 or 9 in passing and passing efficiency and all that stuff. He's become a game manager, but a pretty good game manager. So last week they obviously lost to Seattle. Again, Seattle comes up.
Real quick on Pittsburgh, their wins: Jets,
New
Browns, New England, which suddenly looks good on the road, and Minnesota, who I don't know if they're very good. So Pittsburgh's a hard team to figure out.
Yeah. Anyway, so number 6 in this week's Power Surge, the Seattle Seahawks, 4-2. Their 2 losses, they're actually pretty good losses. The 49ers, that was week 1, and then they just lost to the Bucs. They've got a win at Jacksonville, which I don't know that going into the season we would think that was a big win, but Jacksonville being 4-2, all right, they took care of business on the road. So they come in at 6. The Philadelphia Eagles, 4-2, all right, and their 2 losses, the Broncos and the New York Giants, led by Jackson Dart. Now, is that New York Giants loss going to look a little better as the Giants? They've had a couple of wins. I don't know, but it's a division game. It was at the Giants, so I'm not ready to say Philly is complete trash, but there's something wrong in Philly. And I don't know if it's A.J. Brown. I don't know if it's the play caller, because they're just not using Saquon Barkley like they did last year. A couple of new components on that offensive line. Number 4, the Buffalo Bills. 4-2. There are 2 losses. The Pats, New England, and that's starting to look like a pretty good loss, I guess. And then Atlanta, we saw that one just the other day. Indianapolis comes in at 3. Never thought in my wildest dreams that this year we would be talking about the Indianapolis Colts in the top 6, let alone the top 3. But here they are.
John, number 1 offense right now, points per game. Top 5 defense, points per game. The Colts. Wild.
And their one loss was at the Rams. So, I mean, they're looking pretty good. I've got Detroit at number 2. So they dropped down a spot. So that Buffalo was at 3 last week. Now they're at 4. Philly was at 4. Now they're at 5. Detroit was at 1. Now they're at 2. That loss to the Chiefs, it just never got the offense. It never felt like there was a rhythm offensively. Number 1, obviously, then becomes the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And who do we have? I know Greg has the Greg Palm game of the week. The Power Surge game of the week. Number 1 versus number 2 that we get to witness at home a Monday night at Ford Field as the Detroit Lions take on the number 1 team in my Power Surge, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And here's the question about this game. What's the matchup going to be? Because you've got MVP candidate Baker Mayfield with, I don't know, do we even know any of the names that are at wide receiver?
Evans may be back.
Maybe.
But there's no Godwin, no Ibuka.
Right. Who's had an unbelievable rookie season.
Yes.
He happens to be on my fantasy league, and he's major points.
Also no Bucky Irving,
right?
The number 1 tailback in Tampa Bay. Look, I think you put him at number 1. It's a hard resume to argue. 5-1, 3 wins against teams above 500. And, John, they may get the biggest of all signature wins this week. It will be clear. Whoever wins next Monday night is the best team in the NFL, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I 100% believe so. And Baker Mayfield right now, I know that there was some scuttle about him, I don't know, was it plus 1,000 or whatever going into the season as an MVP candidate. Right now, we talked about this the other day. I don't know that there is a player that has done more for their team, and maybe he's the most important player, which to me makes him the most valuable player because of the injuries they've had at receiver. Baker Mayfield just simply finds a way to win. There might not be a scrappier quarterback in the NFL right now than Baker Mayfield.
So the only knock on Tampa is that their point differential is plus 14.
Right.
I mean, they've won all these close games. I think the biggest thing that I would have different from you right now is I'm putting the Kansas City Chiefs at 6.
Really? Who are you kicking out?
This was a week for me where I'm picking who do I think would win against each other. And I think the Chiefs are getting it together.
So the Eagles beat the Chiefs, so I got to keep the Eagles in, right?
Yeah, the Eagles are in.
Who's getting kicked out?
Who was your 6 again?
Seattle.
Yeah, I think Kansas City would beat Seattle.
It might depend on where that game is played.
True. I get that. It's still, the Sam Darnold thing. We'll have something in the Thursday touchdown that's positive about the Seahawks, but
sure.
It's not Sam Darnold.
And here's the other thing about Tampa. When you look at the late game heroics, and I, you know what, I don't really care at this point who you're playing, just simply that you win. But you look at their wins at Atlanta, and they were kind of I'm trying to figure out, they're 3-3, so that's looking like it might be a pretty decent win. At the Texans, and that was real late game heroics, and only by 1 point. The Texans don't seem to be much. The Jets. You take last second heroics to beat the Jets, and we saw the Jets thought that they had won a game because of the block and then the return for a touchdown. Then all of a sudden, hey, Baker Mayfield, not so fast. And then at the Seahawks and the 49ers. So their last 2 wins look really good.
So one major difference that I would have, I wouldn't have the Bills in the top 6. And it's prisoner of the moment, but these are subject to change, fluid as the season goes. They've lost back-to-back games.
So is Philly.
But Philly beat the Bucs and the Chiefs. So I'd have Philly ahead of Buffalo. Okay. I'd have Seattle in. And you know who else I'd have in that you left out? Team with only 1 loss that beat the Lions. I'd have Green Bay in.
Green Bay. Well, it was hard for me to move them around very much
I know.
on the bye week. And so.
Well, they came back this week and beat Cincy, so it's not like a lot really changed.
second
Right,
bye.
yeah,
The
the
second bye.
yeah. And so we're kind of at the point of the season where a loss isn't going to move you down 4-5 spots. It's not going to, it's there. There's not as much dramatics in a loss because it's the NFL and losses are going to happen. Now I want to see how is both Philly and Buffalo going to respond, because I think the one that I'm most shocked about, even though Philly is coming off the Super Bowl, the one I'm most surprised about is the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
I think it's separation time. That's usually what we start to see. Teams emerge as we go into November. Just one other note, I would put the Colts, too, over the Lions. And I think they have the best offensive line in the NFL.
The Colts.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're right there. I mean, it's when you start talking about the top 3 offensive lines, it's personal preference at that point, because there's some good lines.
Oh, yeah, I know. I think they're playing as the best, though. I think that's one of the things that's emerged here. I mean, Jonathan Taylor it's like a renaissance here to a degree.
Yeah, and they have one of my favorite offensive linemen, Quentin Nelson. I think he's just a badass.
Look, they're left side of the offensive line. When you got Quentin Nelson, and anytime your left tackle can be a Central Michigan Chippewa, you got a damn good offensive line.
Stop. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't ruin my power surge.
It's the Power Surge 97.1.
Don't like you. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere in the app that you want. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. As I mentioned, whatever you want. FanDuel's got you covered. And the NFL season is cruising along, so why haven't you played and get in the game now? And to do that, all you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good morning. It's a Wednesday, and we're going to tell you how you can win Lions tickets at 7 o'clock. Sound good?
Yes.
I'm sure it does.
Sounds awesome.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates. Here from him in 10 minutes. John's power surge. We get into the weeds on it, but your number one team was Tampa, then Detroit, then the Colts, Bills, Eagles, and Seahawks. Tampa number one. Lions not the best team in the NFC?
No, not currently. Now, we'll obviously get a chance to find out head-to-head.
Some of the score.
As you like to say, it will also be televised on Monday night. So, and this is hard for me because in my heart, I do think that the Lions are the best team in the NFC. But they did not play that way on Sunday. There have been some inconsistencies in their offense. And I look at Tampa and say they had a higher probability of having inconsistencies because of the injuries at receiver. Now, we didn't get into it last segment because it was rolling through the different levels and the numbers. But the matchup is going to be curious because we know that even if Brian Branch was available, or let's just say he wins his appeal, they have major injuries in the secondary. So how does the secondary match up with the receivers for Tampa Bay? And the big question is then going to be how much pressure can this defensive front apply to Baker Mayfield, and will they be able to actually tackle him? Because we saw sack attempts on Patrick Mahomes that came up with nothing.
I mean, they did sack him 3 times, but you could argue they should have had 4 or 5 in that game. And one of the sacks, Aiden had that fumble forced, but they didn't fall on it. And they desperately needed a turnover in a game where they just weren't getting enough stops. It's so funny you bring up that matchup. Bucs receivers against Lions secondary, right? Lions without 2 corners, and sounds like Brian Branch. I'm not holding my breath on the appeal. And I don't know if Tampa has any receiver anybody's ever heard of playing, especially if Mike Evans doesn't go. It's a question I wanted to ask Dan Campbell about when we have him on at 8 o'clock. Like, just how odd is it to game plan that specific area of the field when there's so many unknowns and you're effectively playing backups on both teams? But it's going to be one of the big matchups for Monday night. It won't be the only matchup. I mean, you're right. Baker Mayfield. Tampa's been a bit of a problem for Detroit. Now, last year, they beat Detroit. They came in here in week 2 and won the game.
Yeah.
And the playoff game, Detroit won, but it wasn't like they were cruising in that game.
Right.
And even in Tampa, Detroit won, I believe, a couple seasons ago.
Yes.
But that was a nail-biter, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't see this game as being a runaway for either team. The question is going to be, can the Lions solve some of their defensive issues? And it may just be like, who's going to be playing in the secondary? How do they match up? Are they going to go man, more zone? And I think it's more important. We've seen them be able to corral a mobile quarterback and a much better mobile quarterback in Lamar Jackson. Now, he's not having a great season and he's not playing right now, but he is a 2-time MVP and he's a tremendous mobile quarterback. Baker Mayfield is a mobile quarterback, but somewhat in a different theme, because I don't know that there is any other quarterback that is better at avoiding a sack than Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, he's crafty's not the right word. He's kind of got like a swashbuckler, and he plays for the Buccaneers, so it's that like you can't.
He's a true pirate.
Yeah, he's a pain in the ass to play against. He's a competitor, and he keeps plays alive. Like, how about that 3rd and 14 last week? And that's who he is.
And they're never out of the game. Whenever you have a quarterback that can, obviously complete balls downfield and is a good quarterback, you're never out of the game. But especially with Baker Mayfield. But then you look at, okay, what have they done against some of the other teams? And okay, Falcons, Texans, the Jets, the Seahawks. Like, I don't know really if the Jets, do they have any type of offense? And I know 7 of their points came from a blocked field goal, but Tampa's defense is not playing like you would imagine a Tampa defense should be playing.
No, it's not. Now, they have some difference makers on that defense, though.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
Like Vita Vea up front.
And I love Antoine Winfield Jr.
Sure.
At the safety spot.
Tampa's defense is maybe the dirty little secret here. So I was looking at the numbers. They've allowed the third most points in the NFC.
No
now,
kidding.
some of that is from a total point perspective that they haven't had their bye and some have. But bottom line is it's 23.5 points a game allowed. That is, they need to clean that up to probably be a championship team.
Right.
That's a high point per game allowed.
And you're talking about a Lions offense that is one of the best in the NFL. Now, they didn't perform like that against the Chiefs. And so the question is, which offense is going to show up and which defense for Tampa is going to show up?
I had no issue with you putting Tampa number 1. I mean, it's 5-1 versus 4-2. But I'll let the cat out of the bag. I think the Lions are winning this week. Detroit doesn't lose back-to-back. They haven't in 3 years. It's a bounce-back spot. It's at home. I still think Detroit's the best team in the NFC because I think they're winning this week. I think that's the ultimate litmus test. If they played, who would you pick? Like, I still think Detroit's the number 1 team in the NFC. And you could say the NFL based on the fact that all the top teams right now are the NFC teams.
You just go back and look at, and the teams are different, or the rosters are different, but they're not a ton different for each team. The last 3 times they've played, the Lions offense it's been hard to generate yardage and points. You know, you go to the first one in the 12-5 season. That was a 20-6 ball game where Goff hit J-Mo like the first time on a bomb, I think.
Yeah.
And then the playoff game, I went to it. It was 10-10 late third.
Yeah.
When they gave Reynolds a ball on 4th and 1 and kind of busted the seal on the game a little bit.
And the loss last year was 7 times in the red zone. They only scored once.
16 points total for the Lions. So
it was a weird day. Goff threw 55 passes.
Right.
Bowles has kind of figured out how to. He knows the Lions want explosive plays, and he takes them away.
I think he kind of baits them into throwing so much.
And what did Kansas City do? Kansas City put a lid on that defense. They did not allow J-Mo to get deep. They didn't allow the explosive plays.
Yeah, I'll go back to the Lions are off a loss, so I understand moving them down in the collective power rankings across the league and the power surge today. I felt like Sunday said a lot more about the Chiefs than it did Detroit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
that said
I agree
a lot
with that.
more about, hey, Casey, you're backed into a corner. You got to come out and click and hum, and for the most part, they did. They were the cleaner, more precise, more rhythmic offense. They did the job. I don't feel like Detroit's offense, which sputtered in the second half and only scored 17 for the game, is a problem. Yeah. So I think it says more about Kansas City, and I expect Detroit's offense to get back to it this week. And it could make for an awesome game. Like the point spread's 4.5. I mean, it could come down to the last possession.
Oh, I think it will. Either way. And then it comes down to who do you trust more? Goff and the Lions offense or Baker Mayfield?
Who has 4 game-winning drives.
Or maybe it's do you trust Baker Mayfield against the Lions defense and the Lions secondary? Even though they don't have receivers.
It's a great unknown, and I don't know what's going to happen with Kirby Joseph. Like, that's the other thing. Like, we think we know Branch won't play. He'll lose his appeal is our expectation. I don't know what's going to happen with Kirby Joseph because he gutted out that game against the Chiefs. He was not 100%. I didn't grade out well, and it's like, well, of course he didn't. He's hobbled. They took him into the tent and gave him some of the good stuff. He gave him what they could. I don't know how much of that changes with a few days off during the week and how his body responds and how effective he's going to be playing against Baker Monday night next week.
Well, fortunately, we'll get a chance to talk to the head coach.
Dan Campbell, 1 hour away. Tell you how you can win Lions tickets next, 97.1.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. The Pistons suffered a 118-100 loss to the Cavs in their preseason game last night. Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey sat out in the game, but hopefully will be back tomorrow when NBA basketball returns to the Motor City as the Pistons take on the Wizards at 7 o'clock to conclude the preseason. There was a major shakeup in the MLB playoffs last night, courtesy of the National League Championship Series. The Dodgers took a 2-0 lead in the series over the Brewers with a 5-1 win in Milwaukee. LA starter Yoshinobu Yamamoto gave up a solo home run on the first pitch of the game. After that, he simply shut down the Brewers.
Did you see him come out? I can do it later. But I said I can do it at 9:25. Oh, no, 8:25. Did you see the interpreter come out?
9 innings, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, as heard from Brian Anderson last night on TNT. Both road teams in the AL and NL series will take a 2-0 lead back to their home fans. That's the first time since 1970 that has happened, which was just the second year of existence for the championship series. Both the ALCS and NLCS have resulted in a sweep in the same year just 3 times. The last was 1975. Red Wings left winger Lucas Raymond was listed as day-to-day as of yesterday after leaving Monday's game against the Maple Leafs with an upper body injury. No update yet as to if he'll be available for tonight's game against the Florida Panthers, which can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
There's your stat. I'm glad Brendan had it. 1970. I was wrong. I said 75. 75 was the other one with the 2 sweeps. So,
Glad someone's putting in the work.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But did you, I don't know, did you watch any of the game last night?
I didn't.
So, pitching coach comes out to talk to Yamamoto.
Mm-hmm.
And he brings the interpreter with him because he doesn't speak English.
Yeah.
And they're doing the whole thing where, where the pitcher covers his mouth and then the interpreter's covering his mouth. And I'm wondering, does Milwaukee have a Japanese lip reader
Next
on staff?
level. They should hire one if they didn't. Could you imagine?
Because I'm looking at it going, no one's going to tell. No one knows what this guy's saying.
It's a Japanese guy in the dugout with binoculars.
Yeah.
Translating the translations
Yeah, he's
back.
telling you, come with the fastball.
Curveball's coming.
Yeah. So I just thought that was funny.
And think about this now, because Seattle, who's never made a World Series in their organization, comes home where you know how loud that place was, and we saw it and how rabid they are. They could get their first World Series appearance, only to have to face the Dodgers. Good luck. But we'll be left in Tigerland wondering what if, because 15 innings with this Seattle team. Anyway, we opened the show talking a little bit about you-know-who opting out of his contract.
Yes.
If you missed it, you can Odyssey rewind. We have Lions tickets to give away today. These will be for their game against the Vikings on November 2nd. We already gave away all our Monday night tickets. But we have tickets for the Sunday, November 2nd game. And here's how you'll win them. You'll listen this hour for the clues to name that Lion. You'll get 3 clues. Don't call early. You won't be allowed to win. You have to wait for the sounder. It'll be very obvious. It'll be a big booming voice guy, and he'll tell you to call in, and you'll call in, and you'll name the Lion, and you'll win the tickets. It'll be great. But you need to listen for the clues, and we'll give you them throughout the hour. All right, John, we were talking a little bit about the Lions. I got some ticket texts, and then we'll get into the Wolverines.
Okay.
You made that trip out to Los Angeles.
Yes, I did.
You have many, many thoughts, as do I. Ticket texters, after 6 weeks of football, I think the Lions have a great chance of going somewhere. There are 0 dominant teams in the league. We may have lost to the Chiefs, but I feel really good about our chances to go all the way. We had the guy call in that called you a big boy.
Yeah.
And he said the Lions can't win the Super Bowl. And that was my point to him is, well, who can? The Eagles have lost 2 straight. The Bills have now lost 2 straight. The Bucs are a great story, and it's going to be a great game Monday. The Lions are 4.5-point favorites. The Lions win that game. And who the hell are you looking at saying is the Super Bowl favorite? It's Detroit.
Right, and at this time of the year, because you start off the season and you think, okay, and I thought Baltimore had the most talented roster. Obviously, wrong in regards to performance.
Yeah.
And then who was next? Everybody looked at the Buffalo Bills with Josh Allen, and they have dropped 2 in a row. And then you look and say, okay, well, the surprising teams, Indianapolis. Did anybody go into the season thinking that Indianapolis was a Super Bowl contender?
No.
And I don't even know that people really believe that right now, even though they're 5-1. Daniel Jones is playing at an extremely high level. The run game is going. Tom mentioned the offensive line, and the defense is top 3 defense in the NFL.
You know what? I think they're a better version of last year's Vikings. That I think Jones is slightly better than Darnold as a QB. I mean, you're splitting hairs there. But the fact that
he's a more accurate passer.
Imagine if Darnold had that run game last year.
Right. And so you're looking at it going, okay, well, who is at this point the Super Bowl favorite? And I don't necessarily. I think it's a wider field coming out of Week 6 than maybe we've seen in some time because the Chiefs aren't out of it.
No, and I think they're going to get better. They're getting Rashee Rice back. They may end up winning the AFC again. I mean, that's what happens in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's imperative for Buffalo to get their act together and preserve home field.
Yeah.
To get to host the AFC title at their house could be a swing in that series that has gone one way in the postseason.
Yeah, because I think most of us believe, and I don't know, who is it that Buffalo plays this week? I'm trying to pull it up right here. They've got a bye week, and then they play at Carolina. But New England, I know, is playing Tennessee. And so you can't tell me that Mike Vrabel doesn't want to put it on Tennessee. And Tennessee's just fired their coach. I don't think they get the coaching bump. And with a rookie quarterback, even though Drake May is second-year quarterback.
Did you see, when you were looking at Buffalo's schedule, who they play after the bye and after Carolina?
Yeah, they play the Chiefs.
They host the Chiefs, which is going to be such a big game the first weekend of November.
Right.
Another ticket text. You can't put Philly over Buffalo. Buffalo is struggling right now, but Philly may be in the middle of quitting on their season. Big difference.
I agree with that, but I just don't know with some of the guys on that team. And I know there's been a lot of people that are looking kind of cross-eyed at Jalen Hurts right now. I don't think it's Jalen Hurts. I think they're working out the offense. It is a new coordinator. And we talked about that going into this season with the Lions, with John Morton. And now all of a sudden you're looking at, well, they're not getting the ball to A.J. Brown. They're not not running the ball as effectively or as much with Saquon Barkley. So what are they doing offensively is the bigger question.
Lions are not in the top 6, John. They are second in their division, and they've failed to score 20 points in 2 of the 6 games. They haven't beaten one winning team. What do you say to that criticism?
Like I said earlier when I was talking about, you're not going to have a huge swing up or down because this is the NFL. You're going to lose some games. They just lost to the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. And I think Patrick Mahomes it's still the best quarterback in the NFL. He's going to win some games. And so and to their point, like I'm kind of making their point about them losing to the good teams, but at the time, Baltimore was not a bad team.
Yeah, that's one that I'll continue to fight, and maybe it's in vain, but I still think Baltimore's going to make the playoffs, and I still think the Baltimore team Detroit beat was a good Baltimore team. The Baltimore team that's played the last couple weeks, not a good team.
That Chiefs win reminds me of when the Patriots had some slower starts during their dynasty, like early in the season, and then they started to get right. Like, you have the best coach and you have the best quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's not a problem losing to that, okay?
Nope.
No, especially in Arrowhead. I mean, you talk about some of the tougher places to play, and that's why, when I look at the matchups for this weekend, and I'm looking at, Seattle. The Seattle playing the Bucs, and the Bucs losing to Seattle in Seattle. I'm not necessarily looking at that one going, that's a bad loss. I think that's actually a pretty good loss for Tampa.
Texters. Vita Vea has stuffed our run game the past couple seasons. It was so frustrating last year when he went out with the injury that we failed to capitalize. But that is a matchup to watch. We seemingly didn't notice, and we wouldn't run the ball when he went out. I remember that. It also probably led to red zone issues when you're not running the ball well enough.
Right.
Lions have gone over 2 years without a losing streak. I'm not worried about this team. Signed Don in Southwest Michigan. Let's get to the phones. Greg in Detroit. Greg, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as always. And I just want to say, as we watch and look at the NFL, there's a slow changing of the guard that's happening in the NFL. And the Lions have been leading that change for the last couple of years. And I think they're poised to go all the way because things are happening in the NFL. Things are shaking up. People are maturing. Teams are growing and maturing. Players are finding themselves. So I really believe there's a changing of the guard that's happening in the NFL, and the Lions are leading that change.
Yeah, I kind of view it the same way. In a wide-open NFL, Lions are as good as anybody.
Yeah, I still think in the AFC, the Bills are going to be one of the teams to beat, even though it's been a tough 2 weeks for them. Anytime you've got Josh Allen, it's the same thing as anytime you got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I also think that phone call is harder to make after the Lions lose to the Chiefs because the Chiefs are the guard, the old guard. They're in the midst of a dynasty with Mahomes and Andy Reid, and you just lost to them. So, to change the guard, you got to beat them. But that would be in a Super Bowl, and I would love to see the Lions get a rematch.
I would as well. The biggest question is going to be, how do they match up with Tampa Bay? And how do they find a way to slow down Baker Mayfield?
It's going to be a big story. We got Dan Campbell joining us at 8 o'clock. Lions head coach will give us some perspective ahead of that matchup on Monday night. We're playing Name That Lion this hour. I'll give you your first clue. I played for and coached for the Detroit Lions. Oh. Clue number 1, I played for and coached for the Detroit Lions. John, I want to get some of your thoughts on Michigan football coming up next. The biggest issue right now, they've got 2 losses. Any shot at the playoff is now hanging in the balance. It's 97-1. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. I know a lot of people dread going to the dentist. You don't have to with Brightside Dental. The Brightside experience. No lectures about what you're doing wrong. It's a comfortable, painless experience. If you got to get some work done, I've had cavities filled. They'll numb you up. They'll communicate every step of the process. Really not a big deal. 9 Metro Detroit locations, including 1 right around the corner from you. New patients, you get a $35 new patient special that'll cover your exams and your x-rays, and the key, there are no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. It's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Dan Campbell, 8 o'clock. Be there. We'll check in with the head coach. John, Michigan football. What was that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
You had a long flight back. What was rattling around the head, and where are you at today?
I was surprised that we got as manhandled as we did on both lines of scrimmage. I think some of the offensive line issues are just a lack of consistency and a little bit of fool's gold when you look at, what we did against the Chips and running for over 300 yards. Well, if you make some mistakes, you got a running back in Justice Hayes and even Jordan Marshall that can make some of those guys miss and still go for a lot of yards. And even against Nebraska, I think there was some fool's gold there. Started to wear down Wisconsin a little bit, and when the passing game got going against Wisconsin, that's when the running game started to open up, and that's because they started dropping extra guys out of the box. So I was not necessarily surprised at the struggles offensively, but I was really surprised that they were able to run for over 200 yards against this defense. And it was, I thought the plan was good. There were just too many guys with missed assignments, too many guys out of position, too many guys trying to play the hero and make a play versus following the plan on defense.
Bigger concern, the defense or the offense not getting going?
Bigger concern, but it's a tough question to answer because I would say defense, because that's something that you felt like you could hang your hat on.
Yeah, it's one thing if, Haynes gets hurt, I got a freshman quarterback on the road, some things break down. The defense, that was jarring to me to see them give up 225 yards rushing in the game. I don't remember the last time Michigan was run over that way. I started looking it up, and I know there was a year, the COVID year, where Wisconsin just bullied them and pummeled them, but that was 5 years ago. That's one thing that I didn't expect. If you would have told me Michigan went out to the West Coast and lost to USC, I wouldn't have been shocked. To see the way they lost the game did catch me off guard.
Well, and it was both the pass and the run because they basically did what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. Michigan didn't force them to be a passing team, didn't force them to be a running team by taking away one or the other. And then even late in the game when one of the things that Michigan does well is rush the passer. The problem is, and we saw it with Wisconsin, if that ball is in and out of the quarterback's hands, you're not going to get a chance to get home.
Right.
So you got to do a couple of things. One is, if you're not going to get home, you've got to be able to get some batted balls. Guys aren't getting their hands up. The timing isn't going off for them. Hey, I'm not going to get home, hands up. The second thing is, if you're not going to get home with the pass rush, then maybe you only rush 4 or you rush 3 and you drop an extra guy into coverage and take away some of those short routes, some of those quick routes, but they never did that.
Well, here becomes the problem, too. The season's not over. It's 2 losses, but their back's against the wall now. Washington this week, MSU, Purdue, Northwestern, Maryland. There's not a lot of chances to really show that you fixed it until Ohio State.
Well, you're correct. There is a path to show this week that you've adjusted defensively.
This is the toughest game they're going to play until Ohio State, yes?
DeMond Williams, their quarterback, now, it's against Rutgers, but he threw for over 400 yards and ran for 138.
He's a dual-threat young quarterback. He's starting to really crest. He's starting to kind of hit his stride.
Mm-hmm. And they've got 3 really good receivers, 2 freshmen, and 1 vet, Denzel Boston, who's David Boston's son.
He's going to be an NFL player.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it. And makes acrobatic catches. He's a tremendous athlete and adjusts in the air as good as anybody in the country.
But you agree, if Michigan loses one more game, they will not make the college football playoff.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So they have to run the table.
They've got to run the table, and they've got to find a way to recoup, and get after it this weekend in the Big House. And then, all of the other games should be, quote unquote, wins.
On paper, anyway.
And so you've got, the battle against Michigan State, which is, people say whatever they want, but that's going to be a fist fight. It absolutely is. I don't care where Michigan State is right now. If they lost to UCLA at home, that's going to be a fist fight. And then you've got Northwestern, Purdue, Maryland. And Maryland has a dynamic young quarterback. And so, yeah, you're looking at those games and say, well, they should be wins, but if they play the way they did against USC, you could see a path to 2 or 3 more losses in that span of 5 games. And then you've got Ohio State, and I know that there was a path to victory last year, but I think this Ohio State team is playing more physical than we've seen Ohio State teams play in the past.
248-539-9797. Ticket texters. Think about this. Michigan gave up 225 yards on the ground to a Lincoln Riley football team. Mm-hmm. This is the worst coach team since a certain coach who didn't wear a headset. I'm not saying Sharon is as bad as Hoke, but it's been a year and a half, and he hasn't gotten better as a coach.
Well, the team is not performing like that. I mean, he's a tremendous recruiter, but you got to find a way to develop that talent.
Yeah, Ticket Texters with their thoughts says MSU's broke bleep team at least put up 31 on USC. Only 13 for Michigan is pathetic.
It is. And that's what happens when you don't see, when you're not keeping your eyes up on an offensive line and you're not looking at linebackers, you're not recognizing things that should be taken care of, and you let a guy run through a B gap. And you're just not aware of what's going on.
As I'm looking at the ticket text, we have people guessing, name that Lion. Again, you can't win by texting in the name. But I'll give you the second clue.
Okay.
I was a 2-time Pro Bowler with the Detroit Lions. We play Name That Lion, a chance to win Lions tickets for their game against the Vikings. Clue number 2, I was a 2-time Pro Bowler with the Detroit Lions. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Randazzo Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. So this is pretty cool. This year's Arts, Beats, and Eats generated the biggest charitable donation in its 28-year history, which is pretty cool. So festival organizers just announced that they're contributing more than $400,000 to Southeastern Michigan organizations with money raised during this year's event. So the funds will be distributed to nearly 80 groups across the region, including more than $150,000 for organizations there in Royal Oak. They say the money was generated through some of the ticket fees and beverage sales, along with the festival's community initiatives. This year, about 340,000 people attended the festival, which is 15% more than last year. So pretty cool. Great weather.
Oh, yeah.
Really played into it. So a lot of people got down there, which is pretty cool. And they say since 1998, which is when Arts, Beats, and Eats started, they've donated more than $8.2 million to area organizations.
Awesome.
So great news. Al Sabatka, the former Red Wings Zamboni driver, who was fired a few years ago after he was caught peeing in an ice drain at Little Caesars Arena. Well, he sued, claiming that that's not actually the reason why he was fired. He claims that it was all age discrimination, that they fired him because he was too old. His lawyer argued that the firing obviously was to replace him with a younger employee. He was seeking $6 million in damages. Well, a jury just ruled against him. They voted 5-2. They just said there wasn't enough evidence, that they all felt bad for this guy, right? They all could feel and have sympathy for him, but they just said, or at least one of the jurors said, that there were no facts there to support that his firing had anything to do with his age.
Yeah, again, I didn't see all that was presented at the trial, but that's kind of what my thought has been this whole time. Like, lousy way for a person to get let go that is a legend that worked there so long.
Yeah.
But hard to prove that it's an age discrimination issue.
But also easy to prove that he violated an HR.
Sure.
He was caught peeing.
And he didn't deny it.
No, he admitted that he did it. I mean, he said that he had a medical condition, which he couldn't hold it. But he did admit to it, and he was caught doing that.
You could say, I wish he would have been given a warning or something formal, but at the end of the day, like, that's not the same thing as being able to prove age discrimination. It can both be a bad thing that happened to him and not have legal standing, which is what the jury found.
Yep. Police have made an arrest after 3 family members were stabbed in a Canton home. So police, firefighters, they rushed to this house Tuesday afternoon. They found the 3 victims, who were all rushed to the hospital. The suspect, who was also a family member, was found quickly, was arrested. The story is still unfolding. Like, I don't have a lot of the details, but neighbors say that police have been called to this house a handful of times over the years, and that during this particular incident, there was yelling and screaming that could be heard from outside the house. So it sounds like maybe there's a long history.
Domestic issues.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
man, but it sounds like everyone, I think.
Is gonna
Actually,
be
I
okay.
don't know. I might be thinking of another story involving stabbing, but it sounds like their conditions are unknown at the time. Detroit Metro Airport is considering opening up an indoor cigar lounge. So this bar lounge concept would also include food, retail cigars, and then an enclosed cigar smoking area. And obviously, this proposal would also include state-of-the-art like ventilation systems, so that people could go by without having to
Smell the smoke, yeah.
which I think is the biggest concern, because there's a lot of people who don't love this idea because of that reason.
Sure.
That if I choose not to smoke cigars or smoke anything, I shouldn't be exposed to
Right.
the smoke and smell of cigars, which is potent.
Yeah, because
Sure,
that's the only
yeah.
question is how do you keep
Right.
it contained, and it's got to go somewhere. Is there a way to get it out of the airport without
I mean, I
having
think if
anybody
you
else?
have a great ventilation
Yeah,
system, there
that would
must
be- you'd
be
have
some
to do-
way.
you'd
How
have to
much
do it.
will that cost? I don't know.
Yeah.
But
All right.
We'll see what happens.
Hey, I'm looking at the phones. Guys, you can't name that lion yet. You haven't heard the voice guy. You haven't heard your cue to call. Stop bothering Greg back there. You can't win him yet. You got one more clue. You'll have to hear that clue, and then you'll get your chance to name that lion. Coming up next, a chance for the Tigers to right one of their wrongs. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
I've got the last clue for Name That Lion, but I'm going to make you wait. Sorry, guys. You'll get clue number 3. You'll have a chance this hour to call in and name that lion. Listen for the voice guy. Listen for your cue to call. Dan Campbell at 8 o'clock. We're into the Tiger offseason, and they have a chance to right or wrong. John, I'm going to play a drop, and then we're going to have a conversation.
Okay.
Alex Bregman has opted out. Surprise, surprise. He's going to be a free agent, and they can right their wrong. Last year, they pursued him. They offered him a deal, the most guaranteed money of any team, and he countered them. Mm-hmm. And they said no. And he would go on to have a better year than any Tiger bat. He hit 300 in his 3 playoff games. Sure would have liked to have that in the old English D. John, I would argue it was a bigger mistake than anything that happened at the trade deadline that they didn't accept Alex Bregman's counteroffer. 6 years, 186 with a 1-year opt-out.
Right, and they wanted the 2-year opt-out.
Yeah, and they wanted it to only be $170 million, and they wanted to defer money, and he didn't want to defer money. What are we talking about? The difference was $15 million over a 6-year deal. You paid Alex Cobb $15 million to throw 0 pitches. The biggest mistake Harris made isn't the deadline. It's not accepting and bringing Alex Bregman into the fold. And now, John, we're going to do it all over again.
You got a do-over.
The one that got away is single again. She posted on Facebook. You can pursue it.
So Bregman is going to be the top name because he fills 2 needs. Third base, right-handed bat.
And contact swing.
Yep.
Doesn't strike out a lot. Pro approach at the plate. He's a Scott Harris dream come true.
Yeah, and it's the consistency at the plate that you need, especially when you're on the heels of the loss, and you look at 2 through 5. There was no consistency. There's no consistency in the lineup all season long and that's why AJ always had a new leadoff hitter, always had somebody else at 2, 3, 4, 5. The only consistency was Dingler, 7 or 8, Javi Baez, Parker Meadows at the end of the season. So you knew who the bottom of your lineup was going to be, but you never knew what the top was going to look like because it was all about pitching matchups. Now, moving forward, you're still going to have variance in the lineup because you want to have that ability to go pitching matchups, but you have to have that individual somewhere in the top 4 that can put bat on ball at some point.
When hitters 2 through 5 go 0 for 23 with 10 strikeouts in an elimination game that spanned 15 innings, I'm going to venture that Alex Bregman would have made contact and would have had a hit in 15 innings. That's a bigger miss than anything that we bitch about with the trade deadline. And now you can fix it. Like, imagine that. Life has given Scott Harris a do-over, a second chance to right the wrong.
And some of it could have just been, contact.
Right.
Being able to, when you get, Kerry Carpenter up and he's got a handful of singles outside of the home run, and you're like, okay, he's on base, but we have nobody behind him that's even moving him forward.
So our question to you is, Alex Bregman, yes or yes? This is the best free agent this team could add. I know you're going to roll your eyes, not this again. Can we just agree this is the top target and the Tigers need to spend what it takes to land him?
And can you get over the fact that he didn't choose you?
Because, look, I know Tiger fans booed him mercilessly this season, and I had no issue with it because he's on the opposite side and it's sports. But let's not get it twisted. You wish he was a Detroit Tiger.
Yes.
And any other argument to the contrary is you and your feelings.
Now you have a chance to get in that sweepstakes again. There are other free agents, and we'll throw out some names here in a moment, but the number one that you should be looking at is Alex Bregman because and it's not just what he does at the plate, it's not just third base, it's his experience.
John, think about this. The depressing conversation we had about Tarek Skubal yesterday about how if you can't extend him, you probably have to trade him because you're not going all in.
Yeah.
What if you went all in? What if you added Bregman and another bat and said, I'll roll the dice on Skubal. I'll get to the deadline and figure it out. I'm more willing to do it if I have an offseason that justifies it, and at the top of that offseason checklist is Alex Bregman. Now, there are other bats. Bo Bichette hit 300. He's had a really good season 2 of the last 3 years. He's an infield right-handed bat.
Yeah.
He could play short. You could bump Javi to third. You can get creative.
Yeah.
some other names out there, John.
You
Kyle
got
Tucker.
Kyle Tucker, who's 29.
AJ Connection had just as many walks as strikeouts. Pro approach at the plate. It bumps Carey to DH. It puts a big bat in the lineup. Now, he's a lefty, but again, it's not MLB The Show, so I don't think they're going to add Bregman and Tucker, but there's no salary cap, and you aren't currently paying Skubal.
Right.
If he turns you down, there's a way to still allocate that money and be bold and aggressive and chase a World Series.
Cody Bellinger is another name.
Center
Pete
fielder.
Alonso.
Yeah,
Tom
loved him.
Brought him up earlier. There are a lot of options of guys that are free agents. And another one that you brought up that I think is a great bat and is a great baseball player, Josh Naylor.
Sure. Let him be the dirtbag on our team.
I think it's imperative, though, that this is a right-handed bat. And that's why I said Alonso as the backup plan.
Yeah.
I don't know if Alonso would be interested in taking a huge, it's kind of a Bregman-type contract from the Tigers where you go $40 million and maybe not quite that much per year, but you give him the opt-out because it's all, if you get Bregman and Alonso, it's all in with Skubal. You're not trading him unless you're terrible at the deadline.
Yeah.
I mean, you really keep your options open. But to me, where Jim has been hell-bent on a third baseman for 2 off seasons in a row. So imagine Chapman or Bregman on this team. They probably do more. But it's just...
They're still playing right now.
For the people who want to argue, well, we don't want to block somebody. No, the need is third base. You're not blocking anybody. Jace Young is not going to be a good player.
Yeah,
okay?
who is the long-term system third baseman?
If they're going to try to toy with putting McGonigal there, which they say he can play third, but he's the shortstop. If you bring Bregman in... He's your third baseman. I would want McGonigal at short to start the season. I don't know if they're going to do that, but I'd love to see it.
And then what you put Javi as like a center field rover.
Keith is at second, Tork's at first.
Yeah.
And you put Javi at center to platoon with Meadows.
To their credit, Colt Keith can play second or third, or I guess first. McGonigal, they're playing at short, third, and second. Javi can play all over. Like, if you add a Bregman, those guys can still have roles on the team.
In this world, Matt Vierling is just a bench guy, or they move him.
Sure.
Zach McKinstry is probably a utility player because he can play all over.
Right. So you just so everyone who's listening can have the same information that we have in regards to you brought up Jace Young as you don't want to block this guy. And I'm not saying you said that because no one thinks that he's going to be a productive third baseman for the Tigers, especially not on the level of Bregman. But the other guys that are in the system, and we heard about one of them early on, Hao-Yu Lee.
Yeah.
I think everybody would rather have Bregman than Hao-Yu Lee. The other one that is somewhat intriguing, and he plays second and third, but again, I think you would rather have Bregman while he continues to develop, and that's Max Anderson.
Right. And the Tigers are going to run into something this offseason where their farm system's good, and their 40-man roster is going to be really stressed again. Like, I'm pretty sure Hao-Yu Lee has to be on the 40-man roster, so someone has to leave it. There's going to be a squeeze.
Yeah.
So rather than have a million young players that you can't keep all of anyway, start getting some solidified lockdown guys. Let's get to Bill in New Baltimore. Bill, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
I would definitely go after Bregman, trade Skubal at the winter meetings, and what do you do about second base now? Because Torres was only a one-year deal, wasn't he?
Yeah, I would think Colt
Keith.
I know it's not inspiring.
I don't like it.
I know.
I don't like it. Now, Polanco from Seattle was on a one-year deal for $8 million, but he's got a player option.
He'll opt out, especially after a big postseason. One last payday for him. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Bill, you mentioned something interesting there. Now, if you go get Bregman, why does that automatically trigger the Skubal trade? Because if you have him and you're starting to put together a lineup that might be a little bit more potent, why not keep Skubal and go for the series this year?
John, they're not signing him.
I understand that, but that wasn't my question. This is a one shot at the World Series with Skubal. You got a better chance with Skubal than without.
I agree with you, but
in other words, Bill, you'd be saying I'm going to lose him for quote nothing, but I think I got a real shot to win a World Series. I don't feel that way without Alex Bregman or an impact bat, and call it 2.
Yeah.
I mean, if they told me, hey, I'm adding Bregman and Naylor.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I will roll the dice on Skubal that he could leave because I feel like I'm a real World Series contender.
Yeah.
But if it's, hey, man, we found like a platoon bat and we brought, another arm in.
Yeah,
and we're just kind of
smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. Like at that point, you trade Skubal and you don't risk losing him for nothing. So it's all kind of connected and interconnected for the Tigers. I got your third clue for Name That Lion. I won a Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf. Clue number 3 to win Lions tickets for their game against the Minnesota Vikings. I won a Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf. It's 97-1. You heard the guy. Here's your chance. And while you're racking your brain trying to solve that, who is that lion? Call and win those tickets. Let's talk about your roof. And let's be honest, you're probably not planning for a new one. You know what that costs. And it always seems to come at the worst time. The cost can feel overwhelming, but it's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality where you're doing this again in another 5 to 10 years. You're going to get the good stuff, and you're going to get that 0% interest financing for 5 years. The quality roof you need today without the stress of the upfront payment. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. I mentioned 30 years, 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof's leaking, if it's aging, if you just know, hey, it's been a minute, it's been too long, get that peace of mind. Don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. Dan Campbell, 8 o'clock. We have a winner for Name That Lion.
Oh, yeah?
Kevin and Livonia won a pair of tickets to see the Lions take on the Vikings Sunday, November 2nd, and a pair of passes to the Lions VIP tailgate. That's at Eastern Market from the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back by Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat, open bar, 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. The clues, 3 of them. I played for and coached for the Detroit Lions. I was a 2-time Pro Bowler with the Lions. I won a Super Bowl with the greatest show on turf. John, that Lion is?
Dre Bly.
It's Dre Bly.
Good. What nice job.
Yeah.
We got given away. I love giving away these tickets, and I love how we're doing it too because we get to highlight some past, quote unquote classics.
We have people wondering when you're going to be that Lion.
Oh,
you are eligible.
I am eligible because I am a former Lion.
Yes, maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe one of these.
We'll have to figure out some tough clues.
Maybe TJ one of these weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guys, I go week to week. I don't know who next week is yet.
Somebody guessed Joe Schmidt on Ticket Text. He played on the greatest show on turf.
They may have heard an earlier clue.
They didn't have turf.
Or lights.
Right.
Domes.
Was it televised?
Probably not.
Ticket text before we get to Dan. We brought up Bregman. He is opting out of his deal. He will be available. He would have been the best bat on the Tigers last year. He would have made a difference in the postseason. It's a bigger blunder than anything that happened or didn't happen at the trade deadline. And now they could pursue him all over again. And I know people are saying stuff like this. You guys are obsessed with him. It's an ex-girlfriend that won't stop calling. Give it up, Cookies. I think some people have chosen to have like a mental block when it comes to what actually happened last offseason. The Tigers wanted him badly. He was complimentary of Detroit, both before he signed and after he signed.
And it sounded like we were about a half hour away from that happening.
Detroit offered him 6 years, $171 million. It was the most guaranteed money available. And at the time, we all said, well, what are you going to do? You gave him the best offer. Well, it was then reported, Evan Petzel to the Free Press, and he even came on our show and talked about it, that Scott Boras and Alex Bregman countered that offer with something they would accept. And no, it wasn't $500 million. They gave him 2 choices. 7 years, 200, no opt-outs, boom, done, clean. Nobody wants to do that? Fine. 6 years, 186 with a 1-year opt-out. Tiger should have done that deal. The difference was $15 million over 5 years. The difference was Alex Cobb.
They didn't want to do the second-year buyout. Well, now we're a year farther along, so now you do the 1-year buyout because this thing has still always been about 2027 in Scott Harris's mind. You don't mess up 2027 and prospects or anything by doing this now. You give them the opt-out, you're probably keeping Skubal. If you sign Bregman, you're not trading him at the winter meetings. If you stink at the deadline, you move Skubal then.
Right. Yeah, it allows you to feel like we can go for it this season.
Yeah, to me, okay, so here's the deal. I looked it up. MLB free agency starts at 5 o'clock on November 4th. That's just like a couple weeks away, right after the World Series ends. To me, what you can't do is let it play out, John, this year.
Right.
We got the Twitch feed up there, and then somebody said, wait, Bregman talk all the way till April again. No. You need to be hyper-aggressive when free agency begins and let this out. Let it be known we're going after him.
Mm-hmm.
Ticket text, find someone who gets bricked up about you the way Jim gets bricked up about Alex Bregman every year. Mac in Novi.
Are you bricked up?
If they add Bregman and Naylor...
Heather.
You hate that drop.
I love Heather's response every time.
It was the timing, that voice.
It's how he says it,
Yeah,
too.
it's how he says it.
Or as you would say... I'm not the only one. Ticket Tech says if they add Bregman and Naylor, I'm buying season tickets. Roy in Clarkston. Tech says Skubal is signed or traded before the season starts. If he starts the season without a contract, it's malpractice. This was the year to go all in with Skubal, 25, not 2026. To get the most out of him, you now have to trade him. Randy in Livonia.
Jim, question. If they sign Bregman, will you buy his jersey and wear it that day?
Sure.
I don't know if you can turn it around that quick.
I don't think that quickly, but sure, I don't have a current Tiger jersey. If this is a commitment that doesn't have a 1-year opt-out, it's an easier decision. But yeah, sure, I'll get a Bregman jersey.
You get the Motor City one?
Well, I hate the Motor City jersey. I hate those jerseys.
Just since you hate them, well, you get it since your dream finally came true.
I would get a classic Tiger jersey with Alex Bregman's number. This one says, I actually agree with Harris not giving him that counter. If we're taking 6 years for a will-be 32-year-old, I would pass every time.
He's 32 now, 31 at the time. So, I mean, you are talking about a year difference in a player's career that I think will make a difference.
Well, and that's funny, though, because if the Tigers now say, well, we're unwilling to give the long-term deal, it's all the more reason they should have done it a year ago when he was a year younger and would have contributed. They declined his counteroffer, which was not crazy unrealistic. They made that mistake. Yeah. And I think it's a bigger mistake than any mistake they made at the trade deadline because there wasn't a Bregman available at the deadline.
No, there wasn't. There were some other bats available, and as we heard at the press conference, that didn't perform down the stretch as some arms maybe did here. Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole press conference again, but it comes down to whether it's Bregman or it's Kyle Tucker or it's Bo Bichette, and I do think that the two best options are either Bregman or Bichette.
Is Suarez off the board because of Harris's comments?
There's always a price, right? I don't have to give up Melton this time, and if it's a short-term deal, although he is a big swing and miss guy, and I think that may have turned him off too.
Yeah, I mean, he was only, 10 strikeouts shy of Riley Green on the season?
Also hit more home runs than Riley Green from August on.
Right.
More home runs than Kerry Carpenter from August on. More home runs than Torkelson from August on.
He hit more home runs than all those guys from March on.
Yeah. But I'm saying from the deadline where he underachieved and was a bag of bones and you shouldn't have pursued him, paraphrasing the Scott Harris.
Do you think he would have helped the Tigers in the...
Today's coverage is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You know the answer to that question. Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons lost 118-100 to the Cavs last night in their third preseason game. Not much reason to worry, however, as the Cavs utilized most of their stars, while the Pistons were without Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey, who sat out with, quote, discomfort per J.B. Bickerstaff. Ivey's still trying to work his way back after his gruesome leg injury during a game last January. Despite their absences, there were strong performances from Tobias Harris, Ron Holland, and Dennis Jenkins, who all scored in double figures. Harris and Jenkins were each tied for the team high with 19 points. Dan Campbell set to speak with the morning show on 97.1 The Ticket right here in just a few minutes. The Lions take on the Bucks on Monday Night Football against Tampa Bay this week. It'll be Detroit's already third primetime game this season. The Lions will play a total of 11 games this year in a non-1 o'clock window. Speaking of primetime television, the Tigers and Mariners' historic ALDS Game 5, which took 5 hours and 15 innings, drew a historic audience as well. The longest winner-take-all game in MLB history drew an average of nearly 9 million viewers per Nielsen ratings. That's the most for a Division Series game in 14 years since Tigers-Yankees ALDS Game 5 in 2011. For reference, the Tigers-Guardians Game 5 from last year averaged around 3.5 million viewers. Another Detroit team will be in primetime tonight. That's the Wings. They take on the Panthers at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger has the pregame show beginning at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's time to check in with the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Dan, good morning.
Morning.
Let's start with the offense. I know you said you guys needed 30. When you went back and watched the film, was there a common theme with some of the offensive struggles?
No, I mean, man, we came out, we started out, and felt like we did what we needed to do, and what we wanted to do, really. We wanted to establish a run game and playing a little heavier sets against that team, and did that. I mean, that opening drive, we went all the way down and established what we wanted to do, and so it was really the 2 minute right before half. Not to be able to get the momentum back there, get some points back on the board, after the fourth down stop. That was tough. And then we had really what we would call a couple of breather plays in two different series in the second half just to try to get us into manageable downs. We didn't do well on, and so that forced us into these 4th and 10s, and that's just a hard spot. When you're going to need to put up some points, and those happen, that's really 4 different things I'm talking about on 4 different series. It's not enough. So that's where we fell short. We did a number of good things. We had a lot of guys play really well.
Uh-oh.
Coaches, all of us, man, you got to be on point with everything.
What created the delay of game following the penalty that took away the Goff touchdown?
Couldn't hear, play call, all of it. It was just a communication piece, trying to get it in. Now, I don't, the clock didn't get pumped on that. I don't know. Nothing's been said on any of that. So, we were pressed against it. We didn't get it in time, and the communication wasn't clear. So, that's on us as coaches.
I know you said it's a sore subject, and you take responsibility for that play not being a legal play. So I don't really want to ask you it again. But I did want to know, after the game, you said it came from New York. Were you told that came down from New York?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You've been obviously very good. Your teams have been very good of responding after losses. And we've talked about, the fact that you haven't lost back-to-back games in a number of years. Why are your teams so good at being able to respond after a loss?
Well, I think we, I've mentioned this before. We got a competitive group. They go to work, man. Win, lose. They go to work. But when you're a competitive group and you want to do things right and you want to clean up the things that may have cost you the week before, there's a certain level of urgency and there's a certain level of man, we're in a race. We're in a race to improve this week. To get back in the win column, man, to get another W and stay away from the L's. So I just think there's an urgency that happens, and I don't want to say that it's not there when you're winning, but it's just there's a reason why you lose these games, and collectively, all of us, man, it makes you want to clean it up. I mean, that includes me. It's all of us. So what do we have to do against this opponent to not let that happen again? And so you're just trying to turn over every stone. The guys are going to be ready to roll. They were ready yesterday. When they came in, we cleaned up the tape. We got an unbelievable group, and our leaders are strong, and we'll be ready.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Down to the decimal, where is Alim McNeill at for Monday?
Listen, and barring something happening this week, Alim's freaking playing, man.
What's that do to the defense? What's that do? I mean, because obviously he's a player that teammates love. He's a great player, and so just in terms of production, but what does that do to this defense?
Well, it's those guys, everybody loves Mac, man, and they know what kind of teammate he is, but what kind of production he can bring to us in the run and pass game. He's the type of guy who he's elevates the guys around him. He'll elevate their level of play or their production. Just him being out there, because he's going to draw a little bit of attention, or they're going to have to. So, listen, this is his first game back, so it'll be, he'll have to shake off a couple of cobwebs, but after what I've seen the last 2 weeks, it won't take long. So, but it's good to have him back, man. He's certainly one of our pieces, man. He's a pivotal piece to what we do here, and he's going to help us.
Will he be full go, or is he going to get eased in, be kind of on a pitch count?
Yeah, we'll take it as it comes. I mean, he's got more reps over the last 2 weeks. He's going to get more reps in practice this week, too.
When you look at this Tampa offense, obviously devastated by injuries at the receiver position. They might get Mike Evans back, don't know, and Igbuka is questionable. But you're also beat up in the secondary. And so I guess two questions. One, when do you expect to hear back on Brian Branch's appeal? And how do you construct a game plan against a quarterback that has been so efficient, even though his top-end receivers haven't been there?
Well, we're hoping to find something out by late this afternoon with Branch, exactly where that goes. So, you know, in that sense, I think we'll have an idea. Now, we're in the middle of game planning right now. Most of it will be in by tonight, but or a lot of it, the base aspect of it. But as far as everything, like we're ready. I'm assuming we don't have him. You know, you're going to assume that you don't have him, and you know what you're taking to the game. And so Shep's going to do a great job of putting a plan together to where, you know, these guys can play fast and we'll know what to do and you know where their help's at, how to play it. And it's going to be on everybody, you know, to bring it to life. It's going to take everybody. It'll take that D-line, it'll take the linebackers, and then certainly the secondary is going to the game. But we'll have a good plan.
What's the biggest concern about facing a quarterback that is as competitive and as feisty as Baker Mayfield?
Man, he's playing at a high level. I got a lot of respect for Baker. I always have. I just think he is, man. He's a competitive, smart, gritty freaking QB, man. He I'm watching the San Francisco game. He just freaking wills himself on he breaks out of the pocket, takes off. I don't know what it was, 15 yards for first down or 12. But anyway, takes off, breaks tackles, dives for the first down. He just kind of wills it to happen. And those guys, it's very clear. They look to him and they trust him. They know he's going to find a way to make it happen. And he's playing at a high level. I mean, he's seeing the field so good right now. He's making like pinpoint throws. He's just he's playing out of his mind right now. So, we got to be able to keep him in there. We got to, as always, we're going to need to challenge a little bit on the perimeter, and we can't let him get going. We can't let him get hot.
With Brian Branch, is there a worry he's getting a reputation that could hurt him moving forward?
No, I mean, I don't want to worry about all that reputation, because the bottom line is anybody that really knows Branch knows who he is, what he is. Brian Branch is not a bad person. He's not a thug. He made a mistake. And, are these things there's things we've discussed, and he knows he needs to be better, and he knows he needs to contain himself at times, and he will. And he's going to learn from this. He's going to be better for all this.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, obviously it's raised a lot of questions and concerns from the fans. I know you guys probably have a lot of those too. Back to Branch. Assuming he doesn't go, who picks up the slack? Like, is it Harper that gets a lot of those snaps? How do you guys shift the defense?
Yeah, I mean we'll play with those guys that we brought last week, and man, they went in there and competed, and there's things we can do to help them out too, Shep's we've talked about that. But yeah, man, Harp and you see Harp, and we brought Hallett last week. He didn't play really any defense, but he made this week. Millette, is going to help us out again. Obviously, Rock and Amik out on the edge there, and then Whiteside came to the game as well, and he's ready to go. And some of those guys helped us. Most of them on special teams, which is good. But listen, those guys will be ready. They're not afraid to go in there and freaking battle, and we'll be able to help those guys. We'll set them up and let them be able to play fast.
Any update on Kirby Joseph?
No, nothing new. I mean, he's, about what everybody thought after the game. He's pretty sore. But it's a long week, so we'll see where he goes.
Dan Campbell, Monday night. That place is going to be rocking.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, it's good to be back home. This is going to be a big one. It's a big one. It's a good team, and this will have implications down the road.
No doubt about it. Thanks, Dan.
Okay, have a good one.
It's 97. All right, guys, gear up this football season with Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Whether you're headed to the tailgate or cheering from home, first turn to the awesome team at Moran to get you in the game with a game-winning deal. Right now, you can lease the 2025 Equinox LT for $299 a month. That's a 36-month lease. Find your ride fast. It's MoranExpress.com or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. Brian Moran and the team, great staff. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, hockey, basketball at this time of year is Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
I wrote down 2 big takeaways from Dan Campbell today. The first, Aleem McNeil's coming back.
Yeah, that's a huge boost. We didn't think we'd get him back until Thanksgiving or after Thanksgiving. That's a month ahead of time.
Big game, big spot, Aleem McNeil back in the lineup. The other thing, and I'm glad we followed up on it because it was eating away at me that I didn't follow up earlier.
Yeah, me too.
So glad you asked him more about how that play was ultimately flagged.
Yeah.
And he said at the podium on Sunday that New York weighed in. But I didn't know if he just assumed because of the delay that it had to have been New York. He clarified he was told by an official that New York weighed in on that, which is not supposed to happen. As you heard on the broadcast, that's not supposed to happen. If the officials of their own volition are sitting and stewing going, hey, hold on, I think it might have been a legal motion. Let's huddle up and get this right. That is allowed.
Right.
What's not allowed under the current setup of the rules is for New York to go, hold on, break in there. We got to make a decision here. We got to overturn it. We got to add a flag.
Yeah.
That's not supposed to, and that only adds to it. So I bet you that's going to make some noise today that Dan, he confirmed it. An official told him New York weighed in, which is not allowed.
No, and then obviously we waited till the end to ask him, but we should ask him right away, is, okay, I'm guessing that you investigated this. You inquired about it with the league, and what did they say? And you could almost hear the teeth grinding, and him saying, I can't share that with you. So I don't know that that's an answer that anybody liked.
And I actually was curious how much he was going to give us, because at the podium yesterday, he's like, I don't really want to talk about this. It's a sore subject. The play itself, he took responsibility because if he didn't communicate properly with Goff or the staff of where he had to be to not be the quarterback under center versus standing over the center, Dan does what he always does. He took responsibility for that play. But everybody wants to know why it went down like that.
Yeah.
And, John, it sounds like the league intervened.
It does. And I mean, I don't know that there's any other way you can look at it. And what makes it even more disturbing is we had the pool report.
Which, you're right.
They said in the pool report.
Pull it up. John, pull it up. We got to pull it up because you're right. That pool report said that New York didn't weigh in on that illegal motion huddle where the officials huddled up. The pool reporter. Now, I don't know which official is the official on record in the pool report, and maybe a different official told Dan that it came from New York. So maybe the officials weren't on the same page. But that looks really shady from the NFL that the pool reporter talks to an official and the official says, no, New York didn't weigh in on it.
Yeah, I got the pool report here. Let me find where. What kind of help or assistance, if any, did you have from the replay assistant in Kansas City or from New York? And what's his name? It just says Craig Rolstad is the one that is speaking to whoever's asking this question. It just says question. And Rolstad said, we did not have any assistance from Kansas City or New York. So then the follow-up was, so that was just a discussion amongst the crew itself, and Rolstad says, that's right.
Wow, that is damning. And I do want to remind people, it was the first drive of the game. The Lions lost by 13 points. Mm-hmm. Even Dan Campbell didn't blame that for the reason they lost the game.
Right, but as soon as that happens,
I know.
There's a completely, I mean, like everything changes from that point on.
Think about it. He talked to us. He talked about how that first drive was a tone setter. I called it an FU drive. They took the ball on the road, marched down the field, 10 runs, and he thought they established the run, and it could have been a touchdown. And that's a hell of a lot bigger statement than kicking a field goal.
Right. And so even if I asked him about the delay of game, right? And he talked about it was, communication, it was blah, blah, blah. And then he alluded to, the clock might not have been reset the way it was supposed to be reset. And now instead of 4th and goal from the 6, it's 4th and goal from the 11.
And you have to kick it. I mean, even 4th and goal from the 6 would have been kind of bold to go for it. I know
would have been very Dallas-esque.
Maybe even reckless, some would say. But they were lining up to do it because it was that important to him. They started with a touchdown.
Yeah.
And they only begrudgingly kicked a field goal. So it does make a difference on an open drive tone setter for the game. I'm still not going to say that the refs cost the Lions the game, but boy, is that a terrible look for the league.
Yes. And I mean, if that just... Dan's not going to make things up.
No, I don't think he made that up at all.
He was told that it came from New York.
Right.
They inquired, and he just said he can't share with you what they told me.
Wow.
That's Angry Dan, in case you were wondering.
It's a pretty good impression. 8:35, Power Surge. Who are the best teams in the NFL now? Lions lost, Bills lost, Eagles lost. We'll get to that. First, Heather with the news.
Okay, so there's this new study out of the University of Texas at El Paso that dives into NFL officiating, specifically between the years of 2015 and 2023. And the findings are quite interesting. So it found that the Kansas City Chiefs seem to get more favorable calls, especially in big, nationally televised games. And researchers say they looked at 13,000 penalties and discovered that postseason officiating disproportionately favors the Mahomes-era Kansas City Chiefs. And, of course, the researchers say that their findings suggest that when the league's financial health is at stake, rule enforcement may subtly shift to protect market appeal.
That's it. The lizard people are real. I'm convinced.
Well, especially if you have, help from New York.
Mm-hmm. Boy.
Yep. You guys, a car, the driver of the car has been hospitalized after crashing into a home on Detroit's west side. You have to see the photos of this. Let me show you. Look at this, John. So it's not like the other story I had where the car just crashed into the house. Yeah. It went flying early this morning and went like sideways through the home's front window. Apparently the driver just lost control. Driver was taken to the hospital in critical condition. They say everyone in the house was asleep at the time. Thankfully, nobody was sitting on the sofa that I picture right behind
the window.
Man. So it sounds like everyone in the house uninjured, which is the good news. After months of speculation, officials have confirmed that the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge will be delayed until next year. I know.
At this point, it'll be news when it's actually open.
Yeah.
Yes,
but they won't say when that's going to be.
We'll just have to wait and see.
How many times has it been delayed? I know they want to make sure it's done right and safe and all that stuff.
Well, I don't know if it's actually ever been delayed because
they never announced. They just
the
said
date.
Fall,
sometime in the future,
late fall, and so it was supposed to be sometime this fall. Is now pushed back because of construction and safety testing delays. But the bridge will now open on an unspecified date in early 2026. So be prepared.
Have any of you guys driven by it?
No.
I did a few times in August, and it is pretty spectacular.
Is it?
Sure. Yeah.
And the amount of construction that was done to the freeways around there, and the revitalizing, right around Mexican Town and all that stuff, it's just crazy.
Yeah, for sure. You know what else is crazy? Kim Kardashian just launched her most jaw-dropping Skims product yet. Okay, so on Tuesday, the brand released this new line of micro-string thongs, but that's not the shocking part. The shocking part is that each thong comes with faux pubic hair attached.
The bush is back.
Yeah, so you can choose from 12 different shades. There's brown, black, blonde, red. You can choose different textures.
Length?
Yeah, like a curly, straight.
Landing strip.
No, that's not an option.
Long and curly, short and curly.
Yeah, they're each They're each $32. And if you want one, you're going to have to join a wait list, you guys, because they're already sold out.
These are this popular.
Apparently so. And according to Skims, the website, it says, with this iconic new panty, your carpet can be whatever color you want it to be.
Your carpet.
Shaggy.
And
So
here's
the
what
carpet can match the drapes.
or not.
Or
it's
not,
up to you
yeah.
to decide.
Customized.
Yeah. And people have a lot to say about it. Most people are just flabbergasted that this would be a sellout because
Yeah.
people are wondering who's your market research? Who wanted these? Chewbacca, somebody says. Like,
Is this like is that making a comeback?
this underwear or the actual?
The actual.
So, yeah, that's what I was trying to understand from a market standpoint, because you could grow your own, but is this you don't want the
Right.
commitment? You want to be able to swap?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to have the commitment because you can remove it.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's
Yeah.
who it's appealing to. People who would like the option to.
The toupee.
Yeah, basically.
it's- yeah.
That's what it is.
It's a merkin.
What? A merkin?
Yeah, it's a wig for your pubic area.
Is that what it's called?
A merkin. Yeah.
I didn't know that was.
Oh, you want to look it up?
Probably shouldn't.
No, you can.
No, you
yeah,
can't.
just give,
Isn't
give
that what
you.
it's called though? Like in movies when people are doing nude scenes and they have to cover themselves slightly.
Yes.
And they put on this little like
Wig.
How's it spelled, John? Merkin?
Merkin. Tell me what the definition is.
Merkin. A merkin is a pubic wig worn by people after shaving their mons pubis, used as a decorative item or erotic device, by both men and women. That's what it says.
Dudes wear a merkin.
Is Kim K going to make one for the dudes out there? That's Heather with the news.
Yeah. Hopefully, it's not the G-string version.
Something for everybody. It's 97.1.
hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration.
You can't make that up. That's incredible.
In case
You can really do this? Come back, Jim. Somebody needs to talk.
He's celebrating 30 years of helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. All over, I'm guessing. You never know. I'm sure he could. Over 3 decades, he's seen thousands walk in frustrated or skeptical and walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. Dr. Berkowitz isn't just a pioneer in hair restoration, he's a patient too. Sorry, Dr. B. He's had the procedure himself and even performed it on his own son. Oh, no, that's how much he believes in the results and trusts his team. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical team. So there's no traveling techs, no rotating staff, just precision and natural results. He's the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft. You guys, this is just a wreck. They're both advanced, minimally invasive technologies that deliver real permanent hair. No merkins, no plugs and stitches, scars, just natural growth you can put on your fingers. Oh my gosh, to mark his 30-year milestone, you can go claim the confidence package. It's a free consultation plus $1,000.
We're calling it the confidence package.
Yes, towards your procedure, which is pretty cool. When you mention 97.1 the ticket, you can get $1,000 off. So if you've been thinking about doing something for yourself, this is your sign. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com where your confidence grows back.
No wait list. Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. And if you're looking for a stylish SUV, you can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee or a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
I don't want it to get lost in the shuffle. We've been doing a lot today. We talked Bregman, Tiger offseason topics, Power Surge. You just heard John's rankings. Gave away Lions tickets today. We had Dan Campbell on. And I want to play a little bit of that audio for people because this is a big deal.
Yes.
This was Dan Campbell. John asked him a question about that illegal formation on the opening drive of the game. Sore subject. But a huge red flag for the league because their pool reporter said we had no help from New York. And they're not supposed to have help from New York. But there's no reason to believe Dan Campbell's lying. He was told by an official that New York weighed in on that call. He said it at the podium. And I didn't know if that was him just assuming, hey, the delay had to have been from New York. No, it came from an official who said New York weighed in on the play. So this is clearly a big deal. I don't know how you want to ask this question, John. I mean, is it proof that the NFL plays favorites? Certainly seems that way.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. I don't think the Lions lost the game because of the officials jumping in
Not
on
directly.
the first drive of the game.
Not directly.
But if you think Kansas City gets preferential calls, if you believe the NFL plays favorites, there's your confirmation.
Mm-hmm. It raises a lot of questions in regards to not just the Lions game. It raises questions about every game that's played, and especially every game that's played with the Chiefs. Are there individuals that are looking at the game, and if it's a rule, if it were a rule that, hey, they get a chance to review some of these things and call in for some egregious things, like where do you draw the line?
Right.
That's not the rule. That's not the case right now.
And again, the Lions had 4 quarters still to go, basically, because it was still in the first. They lost by 13 points.
Well, Kansas City hadn't even
had the ball
possessed
yet.
the ball yet.
And again, the call, it looks like the Lions ran an illegal play. But the method to which the officials called it shouldn't have happened.
No.
They intervened for the Kansas City Chiefs' benefit.
And Patrick Mahomes, the market, all of that stuff.
Yeah, the brand. 248-539-9797.
Can't possibly have the Chiefs go 2-4, can we?
Can't. Maybe the Lizard people are onto something. Let's hear from them. 248-539-9797. The conspiracy theorists are going to run with this, and they have every right to because that's damning. That's the league trying to cover its own ass and weigh in on a play they're not supposed to weigh in from New York. That's them playing favorites. That's not okay. Let's get to Anthony. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, hearing that the whole New York thing today just boiled my blood. Like, every average Joe, Kyle, Phil knows that, like, the league is involved themselves again. Add it to the list of things now where the refs involve themselves, or lack thereof in this case, throughout the years, the Lions. Remember in Seattle, the ball batting out the end zone? Why didn't the NFL chime in then, you know? Or how about the invisible call, the Dallas game that kept us out of the playoffs? There's so many things in different ways where the Lions have gotten screwed over throughout the years, and here's one no one's ever thought of. Just add it to the list, right?
I mean, this is out loud. I mean, this is in clear color HD. Like, this was the league weighing in on a play they're not allowed to weigh in on. To the Chiefs' benefit at home in a big spot on the opening drive of the game.
Yeah.
And again, the swing of momentum. Detroit scores, and we want the ball. We punched it in the end zone. We set the tone on the ground, and our quarterback just caught one of the coolest touchdowns you're ever going to see. The momentum that comes from that play evaporates instantly, and it's one thing if the officials follow protocol because the Lions ran an illegal play. It's not okay that the league's weighing in.
Right, because, I mean, officials miss stuff all the time. And, I mean, if this is the case, are they calling in for, a hold that happens on the backside of a play and all of a sudden, hey, it's a touchdown, but we don't want that touchdown to stand?
So let us know if you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, they get the buzzer in the pocket.
If you have had concerns, questions, this is only going to fuel how you feel about the way the NFL treats the Kansas City Chiefs.
here's the other thing. Dan Campbell decided that before the game, on the coin toss, we win the coin toss, we want the ball first. It's all part of the script for Detroit. We talk
Game
about the
script.
scripted, the scripted drive all the time. Hey, here's the plays that we had. We get down there. This is the play that we're going to call. Everybody's ready for it. They score a touchdown. And now all of a sudden, the NFL steps in and says, not so fast, my friend. And it derails for the moment. Now, they should have been able to overcome that.
Yes.
But it derails for the moment, which then compounds itself into a delay of game. And instead of having the chance to score a touchdown on 4th and 1, now it's 4th and 6.
Yeah, the wind's out of your sails.
Now all of a sudden it's 4th and 11.
Yeah, and now you have to kick this like begrudging settle for.
And the Chiefs only
field
give
goal.
up 3 instead of giving up 7.
Right. And look, the Lions still had a key drop from Amon-Ra St. Brown, a rare drop from St. Brown at the end of the first half. And Campbell pointed out a lot of the things that they didn't do well enough on some swing possessions. They lost by 13 points. They didn't have a chance in the fourth quarter with the ball. The other team's taken a knee in a 2-score game. So clearly a lot of other things went wrong for Detroit, but the league certainly didn't do them any favors. Kansas City benefits. 248-539-9797. Football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on Paramount Plus. Apparently, you can also count on the Chiefs to get preferential treatment. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll get right to the phones next, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Moments ago, Lions head coach Dan Campbell spoke with the morning show ahead of Detroit's upcoming game against Tampa Bay. Aleem McNeil's return to play since his torn ACL from last year has been brewing, and Jim Costa asked Campbell about the return of the Mac. Campbell letting all the people know McNeil is back to run the show. He also said the team hopes to receive a verdict on Brian Branch's suspension appeal by this afternoon. However, they are game planning for Branch to still miss Monday's game. He also discussed the status of Kirby Joseph. Sounds like Joseph might give whatever he can and be playing hurt Monday as he did in Kansas City. That could change if the Lions get some good news on Branch's appeal. With the MLB season already over for 26 teams, offseason news has begun swirling. It was reported early this morning that Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman will opt out of his 3-year, $120 million deal and test free agency. The Tigers were runner-up to the Red Sox in the Bregman sweepstakes last offseason. Red Wings take on the Panthers at 7 o'clock tonight at Little Caesars Arena, trying to take down the two-time reigning Stanley Cup champions. The broadcast gets started at 7 p.m. right here on 97.1, the pregame at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you missed it, Dan Campbell this morning confirming to us that New York weighed in and told them to review the opening drive touchdown. Proof that the NFL favored the Kansas City Chiefs, broke protocol to the benefit of the Kansas City Chiefs in a gotta-have-it spot. So, we'll ask the question. Do you question the authenticity of what you're watching? Do you believe that the NFL plays favorites? 248-539-9797. That there may actually be lizard people in Taylor Swift weighing in on this stuff. Look, I loathe the conspiracy theory stuff because the Lions ultimately lost by 13, but I'm not going to deny what we just had confirmed today. The NFL broke protocol.
Well, it especially when in the pool report, when you have one of the officials that is speaking and answering questions about everything that happens in the game. That's why they make them available, so you can ask these questions, and he says, no, we did not have help.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Let's get to the people. Let's get to Wood. Your name's Wood? Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
What's up?
So I don't want to come off too aggressive and angry, but John played in the NFL. For a team not to have one penalty, that's not a conspiracy. That's a fact. For the call to be made 3 minutes, 2 minutes after the fact on the touchdown when it wasn't even a penalty, that's not a conspiracy. That's a fact. So we're talking facts, not conspiracy. So there is a situation with the calls and the Kansas City Taylor Swift. They want her to be a part of this game because she bring a lot of female fans to the game. That's a fact. That's not a conspiracy. They want that. That's why they play these games overseas. They want more attention on the league. That's a fact. That's not a conspiracy. So certain things are controlled. John, you played in the NFL. How many games have you played in where a team didn't have one penalty? If you go back and watch that Lions-Kansas City game, how many penalties do you think you're going to actually see on the Kansas City Chiefs? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay, well, you could call a penalty on every single play. I mean, that's just the facts. There's always going to be something on nearly every single play. But it is so, and having said that, it is highly unlikely that you go through 60 minutes of football, offense, defense, special teams, where there's no penalty. And let's even go back to the end of the game, which is what set off Brian Branch. He is standing in the open field. There is no one around him. Now, he's not where the ball is, but as we learned also in the pool report, there are officials that have eyes on different parts of the field. Which official had eyes on that part of the field to where Brian Branch is standing there and gets decleated from behind by Juju Smith-Schuster? Now, I'm not going to justify what Brian Branch did, but that was a clear and obvious miss.
Well, and they could have even just thrown the Lions a bone, a token penalty at the end of the game. It wouldn't have changed the game. They didn't even call it, though.
No.
Okay, some of these responses. I know, Tom, you got something to say, too. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, preferential treatment is not new to sports. Superstars get calls. Good teams like the Bulls back in the day with Jordan, they got to live a different life. And
if you breathe on Patrick Mahomes, we all know that's going to be a penalty. But
right.
This is the team, not just an individual.
Exactly. And the thing here is that I brought up the Bulls. Replay wasn't in sports back then, really. And that's the danger here is if they're overturning or making up things along the way and just in New York, and you don't get to see the person, you don't get the explanation from them and all that stuff. That's the new part here where it starts to get jaded. Somebody in the text brought up gambling is now legal in sports and how that can shift things.
Allegedly, there's a huge bet on Goff to score the first touchdown of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff like that ends up coming out.
Complaining about this. I'm not.
Me too. I'm not either.
I'm not a referee blamer. Usually, hey, there was other chances to win the game, and I kind of still think that here. But this looks bad for the NFL. Like they have to respond to this, don't they?
That's what a text says. Shouldn't the NFL have to respond to this accusation? Another one says, I wonder if the league will reinstate Branch as some sort of apology after being exposed. That's from a lady in a car.
Okay, so if he's not suspended, would you accept the NFL not responding to this?
No,
and
because
just read between the lines. It's wink, wink, nod, nod.
Okay, but it's still there. It's still bigger than that because if you're going to a game with the Kansas City Chiefs, you're thinking not only do I have to come up with a game plan that beats a talented team and an offensive mind in Andy Reid and Spagnuolo on defense, I also have to come up with a game plan and a performance that outperforms the officials.
And just one other thing here with the Mahomes and calls and things like that is I'm convinced I've seen Patrick Mahomes commit taunting before. The Lions have been flagged for taunting things, and Mahomes has gone farther than him, and he doesn't get it.
Right.
You want an even playing field. I get it. I just hate the taunting penalties in general. I'm never going to campaign for guys to get penalized for taunting. Like, make a big play, celebrate, have a good time. It's sports. Ticket Text says, I wonder, you guys may have cracked a pretty big story with this.
Well, and here's the other thing is okay, you look at, and the Chiefs were 2-3. So it's obviously not effective in every single game. They've got to pick and choose. But the thought going into this game was, well, will the NFL really allow the Chiefs to be 2-4? Obviously not.
No. The cover-up is worse than the crime. Kevin in Okemos. Let's get to the people on this. Eric in Oxford, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You guys just kind of drove me nuts all week with, your take that the refs didn't cost us this game for us. There's a potential 18-point swing in this game because of the refs. 2 7-point drives for the the Chiefs and the 4 points taken off the board in the first drive. And the announcers even said during that drive when they scored the touchdown, this place is silent. I mean, they killed the fans there. They would have killed the momentum of the game. And now what if this game, further down the line is a game that possibly keeps the Chiefs out or puts them in a wild card spot where we don't have to face them later on in the year? It's more than that. And you guys all week, the refs didn't cost us the game. Yes, they did.
I still don't think they did.
Campbell, well, you're wrong. Then Campbell comes out this morning and says what he says about the refs and the officiating and the calls from New York. This is the stuff that Lions fans have been griping for years. Now we got to watch every game anticipating some gray area rule that's going to come out and screw us over again. And we have
but Eric, let me put this, because I know the history and I know the calls and I know people have 5 to 10 they could rattle off the top of their head. We haven't had many of those in the last 3 to 4 years. Because even if a call goes against you, you find ways to win because you're a damn good football team. The Lions on Sunday night were not a damn good football team. Mm-hmm. They were held to 17 points, 7 in the second half. Their offense was not good enough, and their defense couldn't get off the field. I mean, more than one thing can be true. The league could have played favorites, and Detroit didn't play well enough to win that football game.
Well, I mean, yeah, they didn't play well enough to win the football game, but if you score on the opening drive, it changes everything that happens after that.
No argument.
So you can't necessarily say that the officiating didn't impact this game or didn't cost them this game.
Those are two different things. Impact, fine. Cost, not willing to go there when you lose by 13.
Okay, but if you score 7 off the bat.
So it's a 4-point swing.
It's a 4-point swing.
You lose by 9. It's still a 2-possession game late.
If everything goes the same, but everything changes and you just heard it was silent in that stadium at Arrowhead when they scored that touchdown. Now all of a sudden it changes every decision that coaches make. It may have even changed the play call that Andrew Reid would have come out with the first play of their drive. I don't know. There's no way to know how much it would have impacted the game because this was the opening drive. Can you imagine being that better? That had the Goff first touchdown, and then you hear this?
You'd be livid. And I'm not scolding anybody who feels cheated today. I maybe if I came across that way on Monday, I'm not going to scold you today. I mean, what Dan Campbell told us is damning. An official told him New York weighed in after the officials told us New York didn't weigh in.
Right.
Trying to cover their own ass after they favored the Chiefs, swooped in, bent the rules, bent the protocol, and favored Kansas City. You have every right to question this right now. 248-539-9797. I see the bank of calls. We'll get them right away. Coming up next, 97.1.
Injury attorney David Feminino is the guy you want to call if you've ever been hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help all of us with tips to better be prepared on the road. If you can prevent, and we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's the real win. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Stan Campbell, full interview coming up at 9:35. The NFL plays favorites and lied about it. Get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Boy, anybody that had conspiracy theories, anybody that had questions or concerns, I'm not going to shut you down today. Let's get to Darrell. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, man. And I've been listening all week, and I understand where you guys are coming from, because you definitely were chastising the fans this week, and I'm glad that Campbell confirmed something that I already knew, because I knew doggone well watching that game there was no way the referees on the field came up with that. I know the guy on the telecast, he started talking about it, and it just seems like it just went from there. But I want to add one angle that nobody's talking about. Everybody keeps talking about the league favors the Chiefs, and maybe they do, but I'm telling you, the league is looking at the Lions. They're tired of the Lions always coming out with different plays, kind of on the edge. It's almost like they're finding loopholes, and I know the NFL don't like that. I think that's a big part of it too. And to further that point, everybody thought it was weird that Goff on the next play when they went for it again, he just let the clock go out. And it didn't run anything, and the reason why is because I know Goff, and he had said it too. He did his research. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was just so upset that they did not allow that play to go, because he knew he did not establish himself under the center like that. Like they said that he was, if he had done that, he has to come to a stop. He did everything on purpose, and like I said, the league, they don't like that. The Lions, I think, they have a reputation of just being on the edge, and like I said, the league, they're like, oh no, we can't keep letting them get away with it.
But what I don't understand, you might be right. What I don't understand is why the league would hate that. Like, the Lions are competitors; they do it within the rules, and they use creativity. Like, that's good,
right? Yeah, and they're highlights that ESPN, Fox Sports, they all show the highlights of the flea flicker, of the hook and ladder. Like, all of those are on the highlight reels, not just for the game, but for when you look back on the entire season. The Lions have a number of those plays that the league will highlight.
But it's almost like showing the league up in that particular instance, not to mention now if you want to bring in the Kansas City angle, you're on, national TV going up against, Kansas City. They just lost. Now you're going to come into their field, and you're going to try to pull this off when they know that it's a little gray area there. They're like, hold on, we're not about to start the game off like this, letting them get away with it. That's just, and like I said, the moment that you start opening up that can of worms and allowing New York or some outside source to do that, you're going to open up that possibility. And like I said, I knew watching that game they didn't come up with that on the field. And I know you guys were saying that, and you guys were, of course, you were going off of the pool report and everything that was said, but it just was not lining up for me. There was no way that they came up with that on their own.
Well, and Darrell, that's why we asked, because Dan said after the game that it was New York. So that's why we asked, because that's a huge story.
Right, and what we have to go off of what we should be able to trust
should is the key word.
The pool report.
Well, not anymore. I mean, look, it's possible a different ref told Dan that, and a different reporter or a different referee told the reporter, but the fact that the crew's not on the same page, they all should know it came from New York.
Right.
So that's a lie, and it's a cover-up, and it's you playing favorites. And this doesn't have to be that decided the game, because it didn't, but it should bother you. It's unacceptable. Why are the Lions bad for the league? Why wouldn't the Lions be a great story? They go into Kansas City and win. The Lions draw really well. Look at TV ratings. Look at fan attendance. Look at social media engagement. The Lions are this great story for the league. Why would it be so bad if the Lions went in and had a cool, badass touchdown to kick off the game? Why would that be bad? If the Lions win, that's a great story too.
It is. That's a good story. But what's not a good story is the Chiefs being 2-4. If the Chiefs had come into that game instead of being 2-3 at 3-2,
they're okay with them losing.
Are they okay with the Chiefs being 500 at that point? I mean, who knows? But these are all the questions that you raise.
And the fact that we have to talk about them is a bad thing for the league. So you get caught in a lie, and it looks way worse than if you just let the Chiefs be 2-4 or let the chips fall where they may, because the Chiefs could still win that football game even if the Lions score a touchdown on the opening drive. Wow, people are fired up today. Let's get back to it. Let's go to E in Southfield. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
What's up?
Good.
I just wanted to. I'm surprised nobody mentioned this, but Tim Donaghy came out when he said that the NBA was telling the officials, coaching the officials on how to officiate games. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy that, we're going to pay Jared Goff X amount of money to not throw this pass or to throw an interception or anything like that. But when you have the league stepping in and telling its officials how they want them to officiate the game, that's been going on. And it came to light when Tim Donaghy said that. And I'm not understanding why people think that if the NBA could do it, why wouldn't the NFL do it too? So, I mean, I think it's more than favoritism. I think it's the league telling these officials, hey, you this is how you're going to officiate this game. And I kind of feel bad for the players regarding that, because they're out there giving their bodies and, taking all this risk, and you end up losing the game, and it's kind of messed up. But I just wanted to bring that aspect into it too.
And I'll give you this: it's not kind of messed up; it is messed up.
Well, and so I mean, let's take this just even a little bit further. What's the financial impact to the league if? And I hate to bring her into it, but it's part of the equation. If the Chiefs, along with Taylor Swift, aren't in the postseason. Like
there is a monetary value.
I think there is a dollar amount attached to that.
Yeah, 2-4, they could still make the playoffs.
I understand that, yes, but if they need help to get to the playoffs, because we need them to be in the playoffs, we need this love story of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. We need the eyeballs of all of the Swifties in the postseason. We at least have to make sure that they get there.
And look at the status of the AFC right now. Kind of hot garbage. Maybe Buffalo can still save it from the preseason favorites.
You think the league doesn't like that the Colts have the best record in the AFC? Someone's got to step in and do something.
Yeah. Will they get the ratings that the Chiefs will?
I think we know the answer to that. Let's get to Dante in New Baltimore. Dante, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Remember that old saying, the fish rots from the head down?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think before 2015, the league was a nonprofit. And a nonprofit, you have to release your financials. You got to show where your money's coming in, your money's going out. You're accountable. Roger Goodell ended that. Do you know what I'm saying? And I honestly think he has created such a toxic environment to profit grab. It's the biggest conflict of interest to have sports betting sites one of your number one revenue streams in a sport. I mean, I talked to my son about this. I'm like, am I in the real world? Like, how is this even ethical in any point? So when people say, Vegas doesn't control it, I beg to differ. The sports betting sites are probably one of their largest revenue, could even be close when it comes to TV and radio spots and on the internet to what the fans bring in. But my whole thing is we need new blood at the top. He's created a culture where no one's accountable. The officiating's not accountable. And look at it this way, guys. Technology has become so advanced, you can't deny a non-call. When Kelce caught that ball and used the ground to capture it, like Helen Keller could have called that flag, for God's sakes. It's absolutely ridiculous that the league has no accountability, and I put it all on Goodell. He needs to go. There needs to be fresh blood, and there needs to be a revamp of the NFL. I mean, that's my opinion.
Appreciate it, Dante.
I mean, it opens up the door for so much. In fact, it even opened up the door so much that me, as a former football player, talked about the importance of having Taylor Swift in the postseason. She's not taking a snap. She's never going to take a snap. She's not going to coach a game. But that's all part of the dollar signs when you talk about Roger Goodell and taking it overseas and trying to sell tickets and spread the game and bring more fans to the game. There will be more fans watching if Kansas City is in the postseason than if they're not.
This text was just brought in. It's one text.
Oh, boy.
I'll read it out loud, but you want to take a look at it?
Oh, sure. Let's see. I don't have my glasses on, but
I'll read it. This sent in from Don in St. Clair Shores. Should we ask Tarico if there's an asterisk on the game?
Been one heck of an hour with Merkins and that.
Yeah, that was in the last 60 minutes of the show. Unbelievable. Guys, here's what we're going to do. We had Dan Campbell on.
All different kinds.
Our conversation with Dan is going to make national news today. This is going to be a huge story in the NFL. We're going to play the interview next so you can get what he said and all the other storylines. We'll end the hour with more of your phone calls. If you're patient, if you hang tight, we're going to get calls in at the end of the hour. And then I have a feeling Carson Anderson are going to be on this story too. It's 97.1. It's time to check in with the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Dan, good morning.
Morning.
Let's start with the offense. I know you said you guys needed 30. When you went back and watched the film, was there a common theme with some of the offensive struggles?
No, I mean, man, we came out, we started out, and felt like we did what we needed to do, and what we wanted to do, really. We wanted to establish a run game and playing a little heavier sets against that team. And we did that. I mean, that opening drive, we went all the way down and, established what we wanted to do. And so it was really, the 2 minute right before half, not to be able to get the momentum back there, get some points back on the board, after the fourth down stop. That was tough. And then we had really what we would call a couple of breather plays in two different series in the second half just to try to get us into manageable downs. We didn't do well on, and so that forced us into these 4th and 10s, and that's just a hard spot. When you're going to need to put up some points, and those happen, that's really 4 different things I'm talking about on 4 different series. It's not enough. So that's where we fell short. We did a number of good things. We had a lot of guys play really well.
Uh-oh.
Coaches, all of us, man, you got to be on point with everything.
What created the delay of game following the penalty that took away the Goff touchdown?
Couldn't hear, play call, all of it. It was just a communication piece, trying to get it in. Now, I don't, the clock didn't get pumped on that. I don't know. Nothing's been said on any of that. So, we were pressed against it. We didn't get it in time, and the communication wasn't clear. So, that's on us as coaches.
I know you said it's a sore subject, and you take responsibility for that play not being a legal play, so I don't really want to ask you it again. But I did want to know, after the game, you said it came from New York. Were you told that came down from New York?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You've been obviously very good. Your teams have been very good of responding after losses. And we've talked about, the fact that you haven't lost back-to-back games in a number of years. Why are your teams so good at being able to respond after a loss?
Well, I think we, I've mentioned this before. We got a competitive group. They go to work, man. Win, lose, they go to work. But when you're a competitive group and you want to do things right and you want to clean up the things that may have cost you the week before, there's a certain level of urgency and there's a certain level of man, we're in a race. We're in a race to improve this week. To get back in the win column, man, to get another W and stay away from the L's. So I just think there's an urgency that happens, and I don't want to say that it's not there when you're winning, but it's just there's a reason why you lose these games, and collectively, all of us, man, it makes you want to clean it up. I mean, that includes me. It's all of us. So what do we have to do against this opponent to not let that happen again? And so you're just trying to turn over every stone. The guys are going to be ready to roll. They were ready yesterday. When they came in, we cleaned up the tape. We got an unbelievable group, and our leaders are strong, and we'll be ready.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Down to the decimal, where is Alim McNeill at for Monday?
Listen, and barring something happening this week, Alim's freaking playing, man.
What's that do to the defense? What's that do? I mean, because obviously he's a player that teammates love. He's a great player, and so just in terms of production, but what does that do to this defense?
Well, it's those guys, everybody loves Mac, man, and they know what kind of teammate he is, but what kind of production he can bring to us in the run and pass game. You know, he's the type of guy who he's elevates the guys around him. He'll elevate their level of play or their production. Just him being out there, because he's going to draw a little bit of attention, or they're going to have to. So, you know, listen, this is his first game back, so it'll be, you know, he'll have to shake off a couple of cobwebs, but after what I've seen the last 2 weeks, it won't take long. So, but it's good to have him back, man. He's certainly one of our pieces, man. He's a pivotal piece to what we do here, and he's going to help us.
Will he be full go, or is he going to get eased in, be kind of on a pitch count?
Yeah, we'll take it as it comes. I mean, he's got more reps over the last 2 weeks. He's going to get more reps in practice this week, too.
When you look at this Tampa offense, obviously devastated by injuries at the receiver position. They might get Mike Evans back, don't know, and Igbuka is questionable. But you're also beat up in the secondary. And so I guess two questions. One, when do you expect to hear back on Brian Branch's appeal? And how do you construct a game plan against a quarterback that has been so efficient, even though receivers his top-end receivers haven't been there?
Well, we're hoping to find something out by late this afternoon with Branch, exactly where that goes. So, you know, in that sense, I think we'll have an idea. Now, we're in the middle of game planning right now. Most of it will be in by tonight, but or a lot of it, the base aspect of it. But as far as everything, like we're ready. I'm assuming we don't have him. You know, you're going to assume that you don't have him, and you know what you're taking to the game. And so Shep's going to do a great job of putting a plan together to where, you know, these guys can play fast, and we'll know what to do, and you know where their help's at, how to play it, and it's going to be on everybody, you know, to bring it to life. It's going to take everybody. It'll take that D line, it'll take the linebackers, and then certainly the secondary is going to the game. We'll have a good plan.
What's the biggest concern about facing a quarterback that is as competitive and as feisty as Baker Mayfield?
Man, he's playing at a high level. I got a lot of respect for Baker. I always have. I just think he is, man. He's a competitive, smart, gritty, freaking QB, man. He been watching the San Francisco game. He just freaking wills himself on you know, he breaks out of the pocket, takes off. I don't know what it was, 15 yards for first down or 12. But anyway, takes off, breaks tackles, dives for the first down. He just kind of wills it to happen. And those guys, you know, it's very clear. They look to him and they trust him. They know he's going to find a way to make it happen. And he's playing at a high level. I mean, he's seeing the field so good right now. He's making like pinpoint throws. He's just he's playing out of his mind right now. So, you know, we got to be able to keep him in there. We got to, you know, as always, we're going to need to challenge a little bit on the perimeter, and we can't let him get going. We can't let him get hot.
With Brian Branch, is there a worry he's getting a reputation that could hurt him moving forward?
No, I mean, I don't want to worry about all that reputation, because the bottom line is anybody that really knows Branch knows who he is, what he is. Brian Branch is not a bad person. He's not a thug. He made a mistake. And, you know, are these things there's things we've discussed, and he knows he needs to be better, and he knows he needs to contain himself at times, and he will. And he's going to learn from this. He's going to be better for all this.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, you know, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, obviously it's raised a lot of questions and concerns from the fans. I know you guys probably have a lot of those too. Back to Branch. Assuming he doesn't go, who picks up the slack? Like, is it Harper that gets a lot of those snaps? How do you guys shift the defense?
Yeah, I mean, we'll play with those guys that we brought last week, and man, they went in there and competed, and there's things we can do to help them out too. Shep's we've talked about that. But yeah, man, Harp and, you see Harp, and we brought Hallett last week. He didn't play really any defense, but he may this week. Millette, is going to help us out again. Obviously, Rock and Amik out on the edge there, and then Whiteside came to the game as well, and he's ready to go. And some of those guys helped us. Most of them on special teams, which is good. But listen, those guys will be ready. They're not afraid to go in there and freaking battle, and we'll be able to help those guys. We'll set them up and let them be able to play fast.
Any update on Kirby Joseph?
No, nothing new. I mean, he's, about what everybody thought after the game. He's pretty sore. But it's a long week, so we'll see where he goes.
It's Dan Campbell, Monday night. That place is going to be rocking.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, it's good to be back home. It's going to be a big one. It's a big one. It's a good team, and this will have implications down the road.
No doubt about it. Thanks, Dan. I'd say that's appropriate.
Yeah, a little X-Files.
Huh. So the league said, via the Pool report, that New York didn't weigh in on the opening touchdown drive penalty.
And we take them at their word.
Why would the official lie? They just huddled up. They wanted to make sure they got it right. Lions botched the play.
Yeah, this is where I'm looking. This is where the back judge is looking, the side judge is looking. And we had to talk and compare all of our pictures.
And get it right. It sounds like they got it right. But Campbell telling us, an official told him New York stepped in, which means the league was caught in a lie and the league was caught playing favorites, and that you as a fan have every right to question the authenticity of the NFL. And I hate saying it because I'm not blame the refs guy. Lions lost by 13 points, yada, 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 yada. But they were caught in a lie and they were caught playing favorites.
No, can't possibly have the Kansas City Chiefs going 2-4. Can't have them not competing for their division, or possibly a lot of season left to play, possibly not being in the postseason.
And I hate even having to say this and admit this or talk to him later on our podcast, but this is exactly what Valenti said.
Well, it's what a lot of people have said. And I think maybe one of my flaws is I do take people at their word more than I probably should. And so when I saw the Pool report, I trusted that the official wasn't going to mislead us. I trusted that if he was asked the question, which he was, did you get any help from, in Kansas City or from New York? And he says no.
And I think he said no because he knew that was the answer he
was told to give
or had to give, because otherwise they broke protocol. Caught in a lie, caught in a cover-up, clearly playing favorites for Kansas City. Then you have that story that Heather had in the news, where that UTEP story.
Yeah.
They did a research on it.
They studied 13,000 penalties.
Penalties, yeah.
And found that they were all favorable towards
the Chiefs. Yeah, especially in the postseason when it was a big game and it was a nationally televised game.
So when people call in and say it's the Chiefs,
this is the proof.
It's Taylor Swift.
That you needed. It was televised.
It was broadcast for all to see.
El Tapo.
El Chapo?
El Chapo?
No. El Paso.
El
Texas.
Paso.
It's in the desert. Lizards live in the desert. Lizard people, guys.
Guys, they're real. I was wrong to denounce the New World Order and the lizard people. They clearly have more influence on the game than I gave credit. Let's get to the people. They have a lot to say on this. And by the way, I know Carson Anderson are going to ask Jared Goff about this.
Yeah.
He'll be on at 10:30. Steve in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Good. Good morning.
I hate to be this guy, but I just have to bring a little rationale to the conversation. Last year, when they played the Washington Commanders, they tried that stupid trick play. It didn't work. If you're such a good team with such a great offensive line and you have running the ball down their throats, why try a trick play? Why try something cute? Just give the ball to your running back. You got the best offensive line in the league. Just run the ball. We wouldn't even be here with this. We wouldn't even be here. It wouldn't be your controversy. If I know going in that the deck is stacked against me, guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to give the refs a chance to screw me. I'm going to play it as close to the best as possible within my scheme. I'm not going to go out there and give them a chance to screw me over by doing something that they're going to take a long look at versus just running the ball with Jahmyr Gibbs or running it. I would even took a end around if you would have gave it an end around to a wide receiver. But throwing the pass to Jared Goff, that's trying to show you're the smartest person in the room instead of just doing the conventional thing. Until they stop doing those things like that, they're never going to go to the Super Bowl. They're never going to win because they're always going to get to the big game and lose.
They run the trick plays because they run the trick plays because they work, because they take advantage of the defense not being ready or caught off guard or flat-footed.
Right, and then it makes all your every down plays that much more effective because now if I'm preparing to play the Detroit Lions, I have to look at the entire list of trick plays that they have run over the course of Dan Campbell being in Detroit. And I have to make sure that I coach all of those up. What am I not doing at that time? I'm not working on the base stuff. So part of running the trick plays is, yes, we want to score. We want to be able to attack in a lot of different ways because we can within the rules of that the NFL has set forth. But I also want to make sure that every team that plays us in the future has to account for all those things. So maybe they're not spending enough time on 1st and 10 plays because they have to account for some of these other ones.
And at the same time, I'm not mad at the guy who says just run the ball for a yard.
Right. Well, they did that on 3rd down.
And they got
a
yard. And they needed one more yard. They
Yeah.
could have gone to Montgomery. I'm not mad at him for bringing that up, but I also don't want to you never run trick plays ever again. You run trick plays because of a look you get, because of something you can exploit.
And it's okay to have fun playing football.
And they work,
Yeah.
and they are galvanizing. I'm not mad at them for having trick plays in general, the way that last guy was. We got Carson Anderson in the studio. Boys, what's up?
The old smartest man in the room argument, right?
Yeah.
That's so annoying.
I'll be ready for it. I'm sure you'll get some of those calls. You'll also get a whole lot of what we're getting right now, and that's a lot of distrust right now.
Of the NFL.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this is nothing new, but it's more pronounced today for sure because of the revelation, if you will. And
Feels like a confirmation.
Yeah, it does, and it's so damn frustrating because in the end, apparently they got it right. If that's the rule, then the Lions didn't run the play right, even though they thought that they were running with it. This is how we practice it and all that. But so it's, hey, here's notice, you're doing it wrong. You have to do it this way. Okay. I've always been a guy that was like, I like replay in sports because it'll eventually get it right. And you need to do it in a timely fashion, though. 1 minute and 14 seconds later, after a directive from outside the stadium, to me is it's egregious. And you can't do that. You can't adjudicate it afterwards. You have to do it in a timely fashion right there and then. And I still want to get it right, but if you're taking too long to get it right, then what's the point?
Right, and you can't replay every play because on every single play, every single play, you could call a penalty on every play.
Well, yeah, I mean,
in one way, shape, form, or another.
It's cliche, but it's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you know more than anybody else because you played right there in the line. You know how people are grabbing, and you could call this, you can call that, but you don't. But for a team to go through a game without a single penalty accepted, that just doesn't happen in the National Football League.
Yeah.
And when you have, I don't know, at least 5 examples of really egregious plays that should have and could have been called. You know, they get the hold on Hutch, the crackback on Branch that set him off in the first place.
Right.
There's lots of stuff there. You know, the NFL wants to make sure that, hey, you guys go talk this over because that's an illegal formation. But when Travis Kelce drops a pass, we're not going to say anything. You guys go ahead and run that play before Dan Campbell sees a replay. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a double standard, and you know it's Kansas City, and Patrick Mahomes is the poster child for the NFL, and we know the whole thing, and it just makes it's such a bad look.
Yeah.
That it's frustrating to have to deal with. You know, because they can just go, well, the previous week we had 13 penalties. What do you mean we're getting a
right?
A
yeah,
favor?
they go from 13 to 0.
Yeah, well,
it's abrupt.
There's a correction.
I'll say.
Yes, yeah. That crew last week didn't get the memo.
No, they did not get the memo. Yeah, those guys are fined, and they've been declined their pregame meal privileges, I think.
So you got golf today.
Yes. Yeah, and we'll talk to Jared about a myriad of things and see how much he wants to discuss the revelation this morning.
Yeah.
All right. Carson Anderson are next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Lions head coach Dan Campbell provided a number of updates on his team when speaking with the morning show today. Headlining the news was the return of Aleem McNeil, who has been out since December of 2024 with a torn ACL. Last season, McNeil played in 14 games with 25 tackles and 3.5 sacks. Campbell previously said that the offense, quote, hates McNeil right now for the way he has terrorized them in practice. Campbell also said the team is hoping to receive a verdict on Brian Branch's suspension appeal this afternoon, but is game planning to still be without the safety. Other safety, Kirby Joseph, played through an injury on Sunday against the Chiefs, and Campbell said his status remains up in the air for Monday's game. Lastly, Campbell shed light on the debacle with Jared Goff's overturned touchdown in the first quarter, saying that he was told by an official that they received a call from New York to review the play. Other news this morning, former Red Wings Zamboni driver Al Sabatka lost his civil lawsuit against Olympia Entertainment yesterday when a Wayne County jury ruled 5-2 against Sabatka, who claimed Olympia used his urination into an ice drain at Joe Louis Arena as an excuse to fire him because he was too old. During Sabatka's testimony, the disgraced Zamboni driver dropped a bombshell when he claimed that late Red Wings owner Mike Ilitch had also urinated in a drain at Joe Louis Arena. The Red Wings this season are currently 2-1 early in the campaign with a couple wins over the Maple Leafs. They have a big game tonight against the reigning Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Left winger Lucas Raymond exited Monday's game against the Leafs in the second period with an upper body injury. There's currently no update as to whether or not he'll play tonight. Yesterday he was listed as day-to-day. We hope to receive an update from Todd McClellan after morning skate today. Puck drop against the against the Panthers is set for 7 p.m. tonight down at Little Caesars Arena. Pre-game show starts right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:45 with Jeff Rieger. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. I did not know or think about or suspect that we would still be talking about officiating in Sunday's game. I admitted yesterday I feel a little guilty doing it because it's just classic, sports talk. Feels like classic sports talk, homerism radio, and we don't do a ton of it. Relative to as many times as I feel inspired to do it, because it just, I don't know, it feels to me like low-hanging fruit. But then again, I feel like it's what people are talking about, and it's not just people in Detroit. And then Dan Campbell says what he said on the morning show, which is reiterating. And he was, like, his mood today was different. His mood today was, I don't want to say it was salty. It just, it felt, to me, okay, this is just Doug's observation. I'm not reporting anything. It just felt to me like Dan was, that loss hit differently. And we'll ask Jared about it at 10:30, but I don't know. Did you get that sense, Kang? Did either you get that sense?
I don't know. I didn't hear a ton of Dan Campbell this morning, so I can't really speak to the tone if it was different. I did read some quotes this morning, or he was very excited about Ali McNeil. So I think when it comes to that play and how it was handled, I think that if he was salty, he's got every right to be salty about it.
I think it's everything, Doug. Like I didn't really think about it, and then you mentioned it to me, and I thought back. All right, I replayed it in my mind. Listened to him talk to the guys in the morning, and I thought, he does seem a little maybe more annoyed than usual, but I think maybe it's because I think it's self-inflicted. I think reflecting what they could have done better, and also the fact that you throw in the fact that is there some kind of miscommunication with the league and the NFL and the rules. I think that all played a role.
Yeah, I mean, this is news that is going to, I think, echo here for a bit because there's conflicting stories as to what happened.
Well, the other thing is this. We've talked before about having sky judges or whatever, or, having reviews done quickly up in a booth somewhere, and they can buzz down and say, hey, hold on, I don't mind that at all, as long as we're transparent about it and say, we're fully accepting of this, and there's a limit. It has to be done within 30 seconds. They have to buzz down to the field and let you know what they saw. And, I think that has to be corroborated, though. If they see it upstairs, do you think it needs to be corroborated with the officials on the field? Or they're like, you know what, I think I did see that, or like, I didn't see it, I was out of position, or whatever.
You bring up a great point about transparency because and it be corroborated, because this could be a big old nothing burger, right?
Yeah. It was against the letter of the rule. It was not, the play wasn't run correctly.
Right, but when you get conflicting stories, one, and two, there's another play that doesn't get buzzed that goes against Detroit. Right. It leaves a little bit of, now wait a second, kind of taste in your mouth. And like when Dan was asked about it this morning, he didn't bring it up, right? But when he was asked about it, He was very brief. He didn't elaborate. He just stated the fact. And didn't give an opinion, like didn't say anything, just said, I was told it came from New York.
So I understand people saying like, hey, well, they ran it illegally anyways. It shouldn't have counted, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Greg from the Morning Show made a great point to me while we were switching shows here, and I got to give him credit. It's like in court. They illegally obtain information, which makes it not guilty. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The NFL shouldn't have a call from New York. They need to get that right on their own. And if they can't get that right on their own, then it's a touchdown. And I think that point remains. That's why this whole thing is a controversy. You should not be getting a call from anybody. And if you did, void, touchdown.
But what if it's called from a booth upstairs?
That's not New York as far as I'm concerned. Kansas City, Missouri, right?
Well, yeah, but I wonder if sometimes that gets confused because it doesn't come from on the field. It comes from externally, which could be from, officials that are sitting up in a booth
Sure.
as opposed to actually going to New York.
The easy fix here, guys, is the NFL, we all know they don't like to admit they're wrong about anything. They're going to come out and say that one ref or official that spoke to Dan Campbell was misinformed. End of story. There was no call,
There was no call from New York or...
Yeah.
Because the direct,
Jedi mind trick. So we're going to Jedi
well, they could
mind?
just say that we didn't.
He was mistaken.
Well,
that one ref that told
the one
Top
ref,
Gun.
whoever
saying he
Dan
was
Campbell
mistaken. He
spoke
didn't
to,
hear it
right?
correctly.
It just leaves a bad taste in I think in my mouth. I don't want to speak for everybody.
Well, it does, and so I'm trying to think of ways to fix this, in the future. Where it's why I want time parameters of when, how long can you go before it's too long? Is it 30 seconds? Is it 60 seconds? Is it 10 seconds? I don't know. And then it then leads me back to the play where Travis Kelce didn't catch the ball and they were out to the line of scrimmage and they hiked the ball.
Right.
Snapped the ball before anybody can stop it. I wonder with a play like that, like that's always bothered me. It's always bothered me when a team runs up, they want to snap it before anybody can take a look at it. How about the officials say, no, you can't snap the ball. We are looking at it, and then we'll get it all clear or not at all clear. Right. Yeah, in an effort to get it right, like everything else, because they can control it, just like you see all the time with football and in college football, and particularly with the you can't snap the ball yet because you guys made a late offensive replacement. You got to wait for the defense to get back on the field, and you can't snap it, and the official just stands there. I wouldn't mind if we saw the same thing happen to the pros in relation to plays like that, where that they're rushing up there because did he catch the ball? Did he not catch the ball? They just want to move past it before anybody can throw a challenge flag on it. And I think that defeats the spirit of what challenging plays is all about. And it kind of cheats the system and it usurps it. So let's put a rule in place. That's what I'd like to see done.
Yep. But Kang's point might be right. The truth is it might be a misinformed official.
It could be.
The one that was standing closest to Dan Campbell that he asked about where did this call come from, and he said it came from above. It came from New York. He could have been misinformed. But 248-539-9797. We'll talk to you next. Then we will talk with the quarterback, Jared Goff, get his 2 cents. It is Carson Anderson. Open lines here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Rake in the savings with low payments on remaining 2025s. Lease a new 25 Trax LS for $299 per month for 36 months with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Costco membership. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends November 3rd.